want to carry on a conversation, you can do so out in the hallway. And if everybody can just sort of, so we can start the meeting, please. Thank you. Okay. So I said that, now I'm not ready. Okay. So my name is Donna Raftery. I am chair of the committee. Other committee members present are Dr. Shirley Smith, Brian Pape, Eric Olson, Cormac Flynn, and Katie Bordenero. So agendas are in the back. We'll be taking things out of order, as is usually the case. We have a big agenda. We'll try to go through it as efficiently as possible. What happens, we call on the applicant. Applicant, you've got 2 microphones up here. Please, everybody and committee members will all try to use the microphones. Come up and present your application to the committee. Once you're done, the committee will ask questions. Once the committee is done, we will go to the public. Everybody from the public will speak on the application to the committee, and then we can go back to the applicant for any issues that need to be addressed. We ask that everybody speak respectfully to us, to each other about the applications. There's no back and forth. Everybody's addressing the committee. And I think that is it. The agendas say we've waived some appearances of some of the applications, and others have been laid over or withdrawn. They should all be indicated on the agendas. If you're here from the public, once more, please fill out a speaker card and hand it to me. If you feel compelled to speak on something and forgot to fill out a speaker card, please come up when I go for the public. You can speak and then hand us a speaker card afterwards. So I think that covers everything. Okay. So the first one we're going to do is Simo Pizza, Hudson Square LLC at 350 Hudson Street. And that is number B3.
Ready? Michael Kelly representing the applicant. With me is Simone Falco, the owner. This is a tavern one application for Simo Pizza, Hudson Square LLC, doing business as Simo Pizza. We're located at 350 Hudson Street in a commercial building that is between King and Charlton Street. A space is located on Hudson Street where a specialty pizza and salad shop. Simone currently operates Simo Pizza at 90 Gainesville, open since 2018, and 75, and another one at 75 University, open since 2021. He also has one in Brooklyn. All three of these places have wine licenses. Simone formerly operated Rosa Pomodoro at 118 Greenwich Avenue from 2016 to 2020. They had a non-premise liquor license. This space was formerly occupied by Hale and Hardy from 2012 to 2022. Has not been rented since. The first floor will have 11 tables, 26 feet, and a bar that's 15 feet, 4.5 inches long. The bar won't have any seating. Basically, customers will come over, order beer, pizza, mostly pizza, I'm sure, and salad, and the food will be brought over to the tables. The reason we call it a bar is because money is exchanged over it by the customers. It's not a real bar. No one's going to be drinking there. Hours of operation will be 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., low background music. There is access to other parts of the basement from our storage area. We have a room in the basement. It's a common hallway, but our door is locked. And no patrons are allowed in the bathroom. We did hand in some signatures, 21 of them.
No patrons in the basement.
No,
Right.
no, it's a small room for storage. And the other thing we can say is we're surrounded by commercial buildings on Hudson.
Okay. No TVs,
No TVs.
no operable windows?
Nope. No.
No, okay. Okay, I don't think I have any questions. Does anybody on the committee have anything? Yeah. Go ahead, Katie.
Just beer and wine.
And that's a totally commercial building that you're in.
Correct. Yes.
Is any, Cormac? No. Okay, okay. Is there anybody from the public here on this application? Nope. Okay, I think that does it. Thank you. Okay, the next application, thank you, is going to be Ume at 63 LLC, doing business as Ume 63 at 63 Downing. This is a restaurant wine in a previously unlicensed location. This is item B2. Is it, okay, is it working, Mark? Is it, can you hear that one? Well, go ahead, speak into it. Yeah, I think it's working, yeah. Yes.
Okay. Hi, my
Yeah.
name is Linda. I'm one of the co-founders of Ume at 63, which is located at 63 Downing Street. This is will be a sushi restaurant with a primary focus on prefix sushi sets. We actually have a second location in Williamsburg, which has been around for 7 years. We have another location in this community, actually on 96 West Houston Street, called Sekai Omakase, which has been around for 3 years. And we have 10 other locations in the city. So we're looking for a beer and wine license, and we'll be primarily serving beer and sake. We are estimated to have 12 to 15 tables and probably 36 to 40 seats altogether. Our business hours will be approximately 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. The building has been vacant since pre-COVID, and it was purchased by new ownership in 2022, so we're not really sure what it was before. And it's in a mixed-use building. If you have any questions, let me know.
Okay, so there's no TVs, background music.
We have some background instrumental music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just at low levels. It's
At
not
low
that-
level.
Right, and then there are no operable doors or windows, other than your entry door. You don't have French doors?
No.
Or big, large windows? Okay.
No.
And I think that's it. You sent us the floor plan with the seats, thank you. Okay, I think that does it for me. Cormac, go ahead.
Is there outdoor space?
No.
So, in looking at the first page of application, you see Brooklyn information. There's no Gates Avenue or Putnam Avenue. Downing Street between
Right.
that.
I will speak to my attorney on this. I'm sorry. My attorney prepared the application. We'll correct it immediately. Thank you.
Reached. There,
Yeah, so I believe the last item, it shows all of the block associations we reached out to and the email that we sent, which is the last item.
you did not reach out to by email to any block associations. You sent it to the community board office, but here's Soho Alliance, CBBA, and R Blodgett, BCC. But there's a Bedford Downing Block Association.
In the back.
I don't see that
I believe
listed.
we sent out to that entire list of block associations. There's at least 40 to 50 in there.
No,
Yeah, but there's not an email for it.
Yeah, there's not an email for it on this.
Like you gave us our own list back.
Yeah. But the email you sent did not go.
Should I submit each individual email that I sent? Like, because we sent over 50 emails, so should I submit over each individual email that I sent
Well,
out?
just a list of,
So this is a list of all the block associations we reach out to.
well,
So
and
we
you
emailed
didn't hear
every
anything
single-
and you did not hear anything from Bedford Downing.
We did hear back from one. Let me see.
Which one?
Yes, one moment, please.
Isn't Bedford Downing on there? Downing Bedford? No, it's no Bedford Downing? I think that we have to update our list.
Then talk to the office. I
Will
don't
do.
Keep the list.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep. It
Okay,
fell
does
off.
anybody else from the committee have anything? Okay, I think, anybody here from the public on this one? Come on up. And you just move over
Oh,
so the public,
okay.
yeah, don't go away. That's okay. It's okay.
Yes, I'm Leslie Clark.
It should bend down.
Okay, I'm Leslie Clark with the West Village Residents Association. I am here in opposition to this license because it is a previously unlicensed space. Using data that we have collected about licensing in this area, in 10014, 20 years ago, 1 out of every 10 storefronts was licensed to sell alcohol. It's now 1 out of every 3. We all understand the way they are licensed, which is 1 at a time. But what happens is that this process has tripled the number of licensed locations in our area. My question is, what'll happen when it gets to 50%? What'll happen when it gets to 66%? What'll happen when it gets to 75%? I understand that these are done one by one, and therefore our organization is here tonight to ask you to deny. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else here? I don't have any, on this application? Nope. Okay. No, this is Ume 63 at 63 Downing. Anybody who so does the committee have anything else on this? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so for those people that have come in, there are, please sign in the back. If you are here to speak on an application, please fill out a speaker card and hand it to me.
Chair needs to keep one, so. Did she hear about this?
What?
Did she hear about this one, Lucille?
No, this is Morton Street. She lives in the building.
I take the speaker cards. Okay, the next item we're going to hear is the 3 and 10 Bar LLC, doing business as the 3 and 10 Bar at 220 West Houston Street, on premise for a restaurant.
Which one is this?
C2, Katie.
Oh, we heard them last week.
Good evening, everyone.
Ken. This is an application for an on-premises. The other mic.
So we should just get rid of this one? Okay. Go ahead.
This is an application for an on-premises liquor license at 220 West Houston Street in the space that was formerly occupied as the Brooklyniere since
David, please,
since
thank you, sorry.
2010. I have with me here tonight Luisani Cardozo, who's one of the owners. If you recall, we were here last month. We were not aware of the existence of the West Houston Street Block Association. We agreed to hold it over. We since had several calls with Jim Rosenthal. We were able to come to a memorandum of understanding, which I believe was sent to you. So I'm happy to rehash the application again, but
No, I don't think we need to do that. So let me just do a quick review of what, you're not going to operate as a nightclub. The hours are going to be well, what is the opening hour? You're not really opening at 6 a.m.
well, they're hoping they're going to open for coffee
Coffee,
and pastries in the morning.
okay. So 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. on Sunday, 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. Monday through Wednesday, 6 a.m. to 4 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. You're going to close all doors and windows anytime there's amplified music.
Correct.
Or after 11 p.m.
Yes.
There's no DJs past 12 a.m.
Correct.
Thursday through Saturday, when you're open till 4 a.m., there's no new customers coming in after 3 a.m.
Yeah,
Is
there
that,
was
they worded it differently. I prefer to just,
Yeah, that was their main concern was people leaving Houston Hall
And coming into
in,
them.
But it's really
so
good.
if I just, the stipulations will say
That's
no
fine,
new
yep.
customers after 3 a.m. Okay. And then no lines, direct patrons to exit towards Varick Street, no outside seating, no exterior speakers. And I think that covers the main, and then there was other things about trash and working
That's
with,
correct.
and all of that.
So they've reached out to the
I
owner
s-
of
Houston Hall,
to-
and I see
I
that.
think he was on vacation, so it's a
Yes.
little slow moving, but they intend to work with them to come to some kind of agreement.
Okay, okay, so that's great. I'm glad you were all able to
Yeah, Jim was very.
do that,
Very
and
reasonable.
they are now on our list, so if you should be back here for any reason, they have been added to the
Okay.
list. Okay, does anybody from the committee have any questions on this? Go ahead, Brian. Yeah.
I was wondering how you're going to accommodate people with disabilities, wheelchair?
I don't believe there's there's no curb, right?
I didn't hear that.
I believe the front door, I don't have an image of it in front of me, but I believe it's level with the ground.
It is. I'm looking at an image of it.
Yeah, and the restrooms look very small and narrow, almost like standard toilet compartments.
I think that's correct.
So there's no other way of accommodating anybody in a wheelchair.
To use the restrooms, I believe they're grandfathered in. I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head.
So I'm just going to say for everybody here, we prefer not to use the term grandfathered, so it's previously existing non-conforming use.
Yeah, okay.
I
I hope
mean-
everybody's aware that the lawyers and the disability lobby is coming in and suing anyone that doesn't provide accommodations. So it gets very costly, and I guess you ought to anticipate that.
It's certainly something that they're doing the build out now, so it's certainly something they can think about.
Okay, does anybody else have anything? Is there anybody here from the public on this application? Okay.
Thank you
I think
very
we're good.
much.
Thanks for laying it over and doing the outreach with everybody. And they have your I'm sure they have all your contact information, and should there be an, okay,
There's extra chairs over here if you'd like.
yeah.
Back one.
Yeah, shares.
And there's one in the front here. Okay. Okay, the next application is going to be Ad Hoc Collective LLC, doing business as Ad Hoc at 13 Christopher.
B1, please.
And that is, yes, B1.
Thanks.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. The office. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Benjamin Korngut. I'm the attorney for the applicant. This is an application for a tavern wine license at 13 Christopher Street. Ad hoc has been operating since 2017 as a coffee shop and cafe. They're looking to pivot a little bit to serve dinner, and with dinner, they would like to serve wine and beer. We've included a sample menu. Marquis Ingala is the manager of the restaurant, and she's been working with a chef to develop a menu. They are looking for hours of 10 p.m. closing, Sunday to Thursday, and 11 Friday and Saturday. There are 17 seats inside the building. It's a sub-cellar level, so there are no residents living above. Mariquita's reached out in the package. You'll see there are numerous letters of support from both businesses and residents in the area, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. There's no TVs, background music. There's no outside seating. Has the outside seating that has been there been removed yet?
Been for a while.
Speak into the microphone.
Yeah.
because Everyone
Has
can
been
hear.
For a while now.
Okay.
And,
Go ahead.
and the sandwich boards and other sorts of the little like table is sometimes out there and sandwich board and things that I think sign on the tree and all of that stuff.
A sign in the tree?
Or by the tree pit, there's often a sign leaned there for the place.
But the tree pit, I'm supposed to take care of anyway.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to put a sign in it. Taking care of the tree pit is different than putting a sign on the tree pit. Yeah, we like our trees. Things shouldn't be on the trees.
It's not on the tree.
It shouldn't be on the dirt. It shouldn't be. I mean, the A-frame signs are supposed to be within 3 feet of the building, I believe. That's the rule with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, it's towards the edge, like all the other businesses are blocked, like close to the edge, where our sidewalk is.
you need to speak into the microphone.
Yes. It's 3 feet from the
From the building? If it's out in the tree pit, it's 3 feet from the building?
No,
That's-
the sign. You're saying the sign?
I'm saying whatever A-frame signs you put out there, those A-frame boards, they shouldn't be in the tree pit.
Yeah.
They
it's
all
not-
have to be next to the
Yeah.
buildings. So everything that was outside on the sidewalk has been removed.
Okay. Marquise.
And so where is Kim?
Kim's my sister. She's in LA.
So are you one of the principals?
Yeah, she's the manager.
And so why isn't Kim here?
Kim is the investor behind it.
It's my sister and I. She does like.
But the person whose name is on the application is the one who's responsible for the license. So,
Well, she's in California, and so I'm just.
well, this has
her-
been on the agenda for, it was laid over before.
She can be added as an LLC manager. In other words, the
I think I
corporation-
am an LLC manager.
Yeah, she's just not an equity investor.
Well,
So
that's,
I can confirm that she is an LLC manager. I believe that's the case.
and, yeah, I'm getting this, yeah. So the other businesses that she's involved with are
My sister and I are both. That
with
one,
the,
yeah. It's just. she
which
does-
other ones? Which other ones?
I own Paquita on 10th Street, the tea shop,
Right.
and then Rosecrans on Greenwich and Christopher.
Which all of these issues about the tree pit and the boards are the same issues we have with the tea shop, especially on 10th Street.
I don't have any.
That there was seating,
I haven't had seating if there since outdoor dining's been gone for.
Can, you need to speak in the microphone, or Mark, we need to fix the microphones, because,
I haven't had, outdoor dining was taken away last November. We haven't had seating outside.
right, I know, it was a problem for all that time up through last November.
We had a cabin, and then as soon as the outdoor dining, program ended, we just had to wait for our contractor to be free to tear it down, but as soon as it was taken down, we haven't had any seating outside. And I have a permit and a license for it. Technically, I just don't use it.
Well, technically, okay,
Yeah, I have been approved by the DOT I just don't use it.
okay.
And then I have a permit for my restaurant next door, and I have a licensed outdoor dining program there.
Right, and the restaurant next door has a liquor license, so you can't use that unless you come to
I have
us. So
not-
that's, we
I've
just want to
never
say
used-
that's why that's
Yeah,
not
I've
being
never
used.
used that.
Right,
I have not once ever used that for the tea shop, and I haven't had outdoor dining since November last year.
okay. Does anybody from the committee? Katie?
Is this working? Oh, pretty good. Well, I just want to underscore that I have submitted multiple complaints to 311 about the bench, the chairs on Christopher Street sidewalk in the amenity zone. Building is set back and there's a railing, so got to be sure about that. But you're coming here after we've been complaining about your business for months. You've not been at that location. You have not been following the rules, and now you want us to extend you something. So I'm just letting you know that I don't look favorably, because it's not been long enough that you've been following the rules yet. In my opinion.
The tables and chairs have been removed once we have removed the tables and chairs. I'm talking as loud as I can. I don't have a very loud voice, but they've been removed the thing is that they're outdoor tables and chairs that I had purchased. And so when there's new staff, there are times where I have to correct them because they assume that it's supposed to be brought out, but I'm just using them inside the shop.
Well,
So I've corrected that, but it hasn't been out for all summer.
Well, that's not true,
That's
because
not
I have
true.
pictures of it.
Well, I was gone for 2 months, and as soon as anyone told me, I reminded anyone that was working that those do not go out. So I don't know if you have a photo when the last time you had it. Okay.
okay. So, does anybody else in the committee have anything you want to?
I'm just confused. The reason I recalled when you introduced yourself, when I came in, I heard your name, that you've been a principal on applications before us.
Yeah.
And now you say you're not a principal on any
So
of those
I-
businesses. So
No, only ad hoc. So I came to I represented myself in 2018, and it was approved in 2018, and I was the sole owner. But since then, I opened up other business. I'm also a single mom. So my sister, who's helping me with all my bookkeeping, as a trade-off, I gave her ad hoc as equity. And so, I mean, she's my sister.
But for Rosecrans, we were notified.
I'm a principal.
Okay. So I'm just sort of confused, these crossover, that you're here not listed anywhere in the application, that you're here representing yourself as the.
She's in California. I could easily add myself because it's my own sister. I'm sure she would do it. It was just more of a
Right, it's just because her name isn't on anything that we have, and we like to have whoever's
yeah. I could
names are
give
here.
you documentation from like our articles of incorporation. Is just more that in exchange for doing all my bookkeeping, she's.
Okay. Okay, does anybody else on the committee have anything? No, okay, we've got people from the public here on this one, so I will go to the public. Come on up. Nancy Paisley, Leslie Carr.
My name is Nancy Paisley. I'm here in opposition to this. Is that better, Cormac? Okay. My name is Nancy Paisley. I'm here in opposition to this application for a number of reasons, some of which have already been articulated by the committee, so I don't need to elaborate them too much. But this is, as Leslie has said before, and will say again, I'm sure, there are community objections to putting a license into a place that has never been licensed. But beyond that, this is a very troubled location. There have been, for months and months and months, tables and chairs at the curb. After a lot of beating on these folks, the tables and chairs are gone, but the sign is still there. It is not in the tree pit. Every time I've gone by, it has been at the curb. It's not a huge sign, but it is at the curb in a sidewalk that's about 6 feet, making it difficult to find your way around it. And we have an absentee owner who yet again has not come and is not taking responsibility for this location, which I find very troubling without even getting into the problems at the other locations that have been referred to, none of which is prized. I find it very troubling that we don't have the principal here to actually commit to follow the rules when the rules have not been followed heretofore. So I would ask the committee to turn this one down. Thank you.
Nancy, I just want to just make sure, and that these things that you say you've observed with the tables and chairs and the sign, we're talking about the 13 Christopher Street
Yes,
basement
sir.
space, not the corner.
Not Rosencrantz. We're talking about 13 Christopher. The tables and chairs have not been there for a while, but the sign has been, and it has not been in the tree pit, and it has not been against the building. It's been at the curb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Leslie Clark with West Village Residents. I agree with everything that Nancy just said. And by the way, Katie Bordenaro is absolutely right. They can't put their sandwich board close to the building because close to the building is a stairwell. That is, if you look at this on the Manhattan Borough President's map, it looks like there's a bigger sidewalk than there is because there's only 6 feet of actual sidewalk. The rest of it is a stairwell to the facade of the building. So, but that sign is out there, and it has been, and the chairs have been down since last month's, only since last month's community board meeting, since the meeting of this committee last month. That's the only thing that brought those chairs in, right? And the bench that was out there as well. And I will repeat also about previously unlicensed spaces. West Village Residents opposes them because 20 years ago, 10% of our storefronts were licensed. It's now 33%. And the process of licensing, one by one, as tonight, and as will be happening at every meeting, and each one that goes up to the community, it goes up to the State Liquor Authority, there is nothing to stop it from becoming 50%, 75%, 100%. So we're asking you tonight to deny. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here on this application from the public? Okay. Yeah, do you want to do it? Or?
I went back, you actually submitted an application to us with your name on it for this business in 2018. So, and at that time, we entered into a stipulations agreement with you, and I outlined, some of the basic things, and I'm just sort of perplexed why this was never pursued. That was well before COVID. It's in 2018 that happened. And, the expectations have been pretty laid out, what the issues are, right?
Yes.
And so the problems that the community has are the same issues to some extent that were outlined
Yeah, I
then,
think we
but
had
it still keeps happening over and over.
I can remove my sign. I think because I see my neighbors having signs out, like the salon next door.
I understand
So
that.
I think
but I'm,
subconsciously, I'm fine. I'm totally okay taking them down. I have no problem. I wasn't aware. I thought it was the tables and chairs, and so I'm just relaying. I had 2 back-to-back deaths in my family, so I was gone for 2.5 months over the summer, almost the entire summer, and then I was back home in California in the hospital myself because I was diagnosed with an illness. So,
Okay.
but to clarify, 2018, I represented myself, and that was my sole business. And as the space at Rosecrans came available, and the building owner, then Jimmy Silver, approached me to take over because he knew that I lived in a neighborhood and I was going to care for it. I focused on that, and that was a whole thing because I needed to focus on negotiating that, building it out, and then COVID hit 4 months after. It's been nothing but challenges, navigating, but I overcame them, and I have no problem abiding by the community board. I just, I thought it was tables and chairs. Now that I know it's a sign as well, I'm happy to take that tonight and just tell the staff.
yeah, we could make a final determination tonight, but here's the thing. The principle is not before us.
I
And
wasn't
with
aware.
that in mind, you'd have 30 days to address some of these things and
That's totally fine.
have her come back to address the
I can
community.
also, I
I'm
think,
just
yeah.
saying, if we're trying to get somewhere, or it seems to me, I'm not speaking for everybody
actually
here, but
the-
there's a lot of
I'm
uncomfortableness.
the managing member
might-
of this.
All right. Well, I'm just trying to suggest a way that might get this somewhere else, but
But we're willing to agree to remove the signs. Part of this process is now there's like a sign stipulation, so obviously if there are violations of that, you have a remedy to enforce them with the state liquor authority.
I'm just going to say one thing right now about this, so everybody hears this loud and clear. It does us no good to have signed stipulations and then have the community have to complain for 20 years to try to get something resolved. That's not how this is not a good way for something to operate. So that's why Carter's suggestion, I think what he's trying to get at is maybe we want to have the principal here, and maybe you want to see if everything can operate compliantly for 30 days and come back here. But if you don't want to do that, that's up to you. You don't have to come back here. But just telling us that just because there's signed stipulations, everybody's going to abide by them, once that's done, you might get a violation after the community spends hours and hours and days and months calling and filing complaints and everything, but that is not a good way to operate.
Can I just say 2 things? So she is a member, the managing member of the LLC, and I know there are many other meetings where there's a president or there's not
That's
necessarily-
usually, actually, that's not true. And the only times that really is true is when it's a huge organization, which this is not. I mean,
But she's there every day. I mean, you guys see, she's the person that's there every day. Her sister is an investor. It's 2 sisters. They started this business together. She needed some help. She's the one who's going to be accountable for everything. Her sister flying in from California is not going to change it. I mean,
but that's the name who's on the license. That's.
I'm happy to then ask my sister. It was more,
No, I heard what you said before. I understand that. I don't want to take up a lot more time on this. I'm just saying that the person who's responsible is the person whose name is on the license.
Okay, it's a technicality. I can ask her to, put me
It's
back
a-
on as a principal.
if she was added back on, well, you're telling us to come back in a month, and I'm asking what.
Well, I'm also asking you to come back in a month so that some of the experiences that the community has had there can be observed to be changed. So there is a track record of following the rules. That's the other reason I'm asking if you would like to come back. That's it. Katie, you.
May I just say one thing, that I do have a picture on my phone from July 4th with the tables and chairs out. I can't take a picture every time I go by and see the tables and chairs there because I don't want that much on my phone. But on July 4th, which is the summer, they were out there with a bench. You don't have to say anything. I'm just letting you know I do have that picture.
And as soon as if someone tells me, it's just because I'm trying to utilize them in the shop. So if someone's covering for someone's new,
Okay.
they
I
assume it's
think,
outdoor
I think we've
seating.
got it.
But ever since July,
Okay.
it hasn't been out.
Right, okay, so we've got it. Okay, okay, I think we're good. Thank you. Okay, the next application is going to be VBH Bar 1 LLC, doing business as Barzetta at 137 7th Avenue. No changes. I don't need one if you, you know. There's somebody. Thank you. Barzetta. So this is item C5. I wrote them all down and then I forget to say them. You came in on here.
Good evening, everybody. Donald Bernstein on behalf of this applicant for a new on-premises liquor license. With me are my clients and the principals, Ian Alexander and Mario Fermani. And Mario's father is also here, who is going to be the chef of this restaurant. Both Ian and Mario have had many years' experience in hospitality. They're looking forward to opening this, their first restaurant that they will own. The name of the restaurant is going to be Barzetta. It is a full-service restaurant. We've attached the menu, so you see it as full menu items. It is a standalone commercial building. They'll be occupying the entire building. There is a ground floor. Each floor has about 1,300 square feet. There's a ground floor cellar and second floor. The cellar is just back of house and bathrooms, so patron use is going to be limited to the ground floor and the second floor. It was the DONYC St kitchen from about 2015 to around 2021 that had a full liquor license, although that operation was a bit different. It was more or less a bakery, had limited hours, and I believe they only had liquor service on the second floor, not even on the ground floor. So we're a bit different, but a bit elevated in that we are a full-service restaurant. Before that, there was a place, you know better than I, Landcrot or something, brought that had a beer and wine license. The first floor occupancy is 45, the second floor is 45. There is seating throughout. Music will be background only, no DJs, no live music, no promoted events, no open windows, no open doors. We did very significant outreach. We notified all the block associations. We prepared a notice to residents describing these fellas and what we're doing with our hours. We sent it to about 45, we posted it at about 45 buildings on Charles, Waverly, 10th Street, Greenwich, Christopher, 4th Street, Perry Street. We only got one response to the postings and to the emails to the Block Association, and that was from Leslie. My clients met with Leslie and Augustine, and I think somebody else, at the space. And I was not there, but I did get a copy of a follow-up email that was sent to my clients with some requests, and I think it would be helpful if I address that. Obviously, they're going to speak, but I want to address some of the issues that they raised because we're pretty much there in agreement on almost everything. The first is the closing hour. So we originally planned on a 1 a.m., 2 a.m. closing, 2 a.m. on weekends. There was some pushback on that. In speaking to Mario and Ian, the thought was to come in with just 1 a.m. across the board. We thought about it more because we'd like to engage and have an agreement with our neighbors. We don't need 1 a.m. every day. So what we're willing to do as a further compromise is do midnight Sunday through Wednesday. But we do need 1 a.m. Moving off the 2 a.m., we want 1 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's not inconsistent with other restaurants in the neighborhood. I've checked the hours of other places. You can find some that close earlier. You can find some that close later. I don't want to name them because sometimes that gets me in trouble if I find a place that nobody likes. But these hours are not inconsistent with what's in the neighborhood on 7th Avenue, and it is a concession we're making for the Block Association. The second point, windows and doors closed at all times, easy, that's done. Number 3, well-maintained and quiet rooftop fans and HVA system. As I said, it's our building that's leased. It's leased to us entirely. We're putting in a brand-new state-of-the-art HVA system, so that's not a problem. We will have that. The last point, I think the last point, is all patrons seated when served. There are 2 sort of counters, one on each floor. They're small. The comment of the Block Association is take those away and put in tables. We're not going to do that, but what we can do is put seats at those tables. So they're not going to be just standing. There will be seats at those sort of small counters. They're both kind of small anyway, so that's shouldn't be an issue. And I'm not sure if there's a request that no one ever stands. We can't agree to that. If people are going to the bar and they're waiting for a table and someone wants to stand, we can't tell them they can't stand. But that's just the normal way bars operate from time to time. But it's not a place where we expect a large number of people to be standing.
You don't have room, I'm just going to say, because your occupancy at 45 at each floor, and you're at 43, I don't even know how you have room for wait staff, quite frankly. That was going to be one of my questions.
Yeah, well,
was-
these guys can answer that.
Okay.
But I think that's pretty much it.
So you'll put, the counters will have chairs at them?
Yes, we can do that. Yes, they'll add
Okay,
chairs
so
at those
somebody may
counters.
be able to stand there, but basically they'd have to, I mean, it's basically
or at the
people will be
bar,
sitting.
If it's a couple and there's someone sitting and there's not another seat, they're going to stand next to them, as we all have done. That doesn't make it into a bar. It's a restaurant, but that's the reality of people coming to a place like that. We did get some support letters. I have copies of them. I think we have 6 support letters from residents on 10th Street. Do you have them, Donna? Because I have copies. If you, yeah, let me give them to you. There are 6 of them. Who asked me?
Katie. I think 1, 2, 3,
And
4.
they, by the way, supported the 2 a.m., which, the 1
Okay.
a.m., 2 a.m., but, you know, as I said, we're willing to do.
Well,
the-
we'll
the
hang
minimum.
on to those just in case I don't
Yeah,
have
that's
them. I
fine.
think I have them. Okay.
That's fine. And I think that's all I had to say.
Okay. Background music, no TVs, is there an intention to have outside? I know it's not
Outside,
part of
yes.
the
Thank you for reminding me.
application, but,
So we will agree that we will not have any roadway seating at any time. We
okay.
have no intention of ever applying for that. Sidewalk seating obviously is not a part of this application. These guys want to get themselves open next year or the year after. They'll decide if there's clearance and they want to do it. Obviously, we'd have to come back on an alteration application and a DOT application.
So it's not, you're not saying you're never having it, but it's not your intent to have it right away?
Definitely
Is
not
that-
right away. Yes.
You're going to
That's
open
correct.
first, operate first, and
That's
you'll come back for
Yes.
sidewalk? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So it's more like if you choose to do it, you're going to return. Okay. And then, I think that was almost it. So back to the count, I'm just going to, people will be served by wait staff.
Correct.
So and there are bartenders, this isn't a bar, those are just counters, so.
What does that
there'll be
look like?
I mean, people will be sitting there, so they'll get served a drink
It's-
there if somebody's, and if you're,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an attempt to have a comfortable place to sit while they're waiting to get to a table.
okay.
That's
got
the
it.
in-
That-
the
got it.
intention.
Okay, okay. Does anybody from the committee have questions? Katie?
Okay, I got it. So can you just please repeat the Thursday through Saturday closing hour again?
1 a.m.
Okay, I got it. Thank
12
you.
a.m. the rest of the week.
I will just say, Donald, that the letters are very unhelpful. There's nobody really close. 190 10th Street is far away. There's 3 people there. 98 Christopher, 93 Bedford could be in Nebraska. So the letters aren't so helpful, but I appreciate that you tried to get some. That's my comment. Although before there was a building there, that was a place, it was an auto repair place with, it was sort of mostly outdoors. So it's a funny little spot, but there are a lot of people behind you in that old tenement. So we do want to be sure that they're not disturbed.
Yeah, well, again, background recorded music only at all times. No DJ, no live music. at
And no
any time.
operable windows.
No operable windows. Yeah, no rooftop space,
Right.
possibly down the road, a sidewalk, which would be on 7th Avenue. But in response, I appreciate you on the letters. I get it. We do the best we can with that. But we did post notices in about 45
I saw
buildings,
that.
and we only got one response. That's it. So if people had a complaint, I think we would have heard, I gave them all my email address, and we didn't hear from anybody.
You didn't hear from anybody. Well, it's also, the people coming out late at night and those buildings hearing it. That's a little bit, that's part of the problem too.
Yeah, understood. But remember, it's also not a large occupancy, the space. From Nebraska? I've gotten petition signatures from people in Japan.
Go ahead,
so.
Erica, and then we'll go to Brian.
What's your reservation? Like, you guys both have cocktail bar backgrounds. Is that fair?
We previously worked at Dead Rabbit, an Irish pub.
And obviously, this is an area like employees are like everywhere, it's like very popular. Hopefully, it'll be very successful. And sometimes there's lines. We don't love lines. I don't love lines. I'll speak for myself. What? No, not like waiting in them, like on the street. Sorry. What's your plan? What's your plan?
We plan to use Resi, so first and foremost being mainly not a walk-in bar. It's just good for us anyway, as we've experienced previously. Our hosts will hopefully be able to manage as best as possible. We will have someone stationed at the door checking IDs that will hopefully be able to manage as best as possible, but we're also open to any suggestions that would get us there.
I don't have a solution. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious about, it looks like a mezzanine in the photographs existing. Is that going to be taken out? So it's just going to be, the first floor is going to be open to the second floor ceiling? I mean, the ceiling for the second floor. Okay. All right, thank you. That's the main thing.
Okay.
Correct.
Anybody else from the committee have anything? Okay, we'll go to the public. We have a few people from the public here on this, so come on up. Nancy, Leslie, I think that's all I have, but don't wait for me to, just come up. We have a long night. Everybody who wants to speak can speak. I just need to have speaker cards. I'm not going to call everybody to come up and fill them out.
Leslie Clark, West Village residents. We did actually make our comments to the applicants in this case. They did not respond to us until tonight, so we didn't know what their comments were. We were disappointed that having reached out to them, they did not respond to us. I'm happy that they agreed to have windows and doors closed, happy that they will have the HVAC and the roof equipment done well. However, this is a restaurant. We want there to be a restaurant here. And these applicants have never actually held a liquor license before in a large space. I think it's 2,600 square feet, something like that. It's their first time license, and they say it's a restaurant. To us, a restaurant is midnight. And so that is why we did not want 1 a.m., and we still do not support an application for 1 a.m. What we asked for, and maybe we're just mincing words here, was that patrons would be seated when served. So they may stand where they want, but they're not going to be served anything, including a drink in their hand, while they're standing. And that was the issue that we raised, and we hope that is what they will do. Until we know that, we can't really support it, and especially because of the hours. Thank you.
Okay.
Evening, Augustine Hope, West Village Residents Association. I met with them as well. Broadly interesting idea. We're very scared that it'll become a bar, especially with its late hours. I have one question that maybe you could put to them, which is on their application they've checked off private parties. I'd like to know a bit more about that, the number of them, whether it's the whole building, second floor only, or something like that. Thank you. Hi, Nancy Paisley again, and I also met with these people. I want to thank them for taking the time to have a good meeting, and I think we raised some issues. We would like to see this place occupied. It's been vacant too long. We would like to see it occupied by a real restaurant. My only remaining question is what they have on the floor plan. There seem to be 3 counters, one by the door on the ground floor and 2 upstairs that are labeled standing counters. They now propose to make them basically seating counters. I don't believe any of those seats are included in the numbers of occupancy. So I'd like to ask what that does to the occupancy and whether that leaves us still within the permissible occupancy. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? I think we're good. Okay.
Okay, I can quickly address these points. We didn't get back to Leslie because we didn't finalize what we wanted to do with ours until I got here. So no disrespect was intended. With respect to the fact that they never had a liquor license, it's true. If it was a requirement that you had to have a license to get a license, no one would ever have a license. We should encourage first-time business operators, but these guys are experienced. Seated when served, that's fine. I don't think we have any problem when they serve food, they'll be seated, right?
Correct.
No problem with that.
I think they're concerned with
Private
the
parties,
drinks.
that's not their business model. We're happy to limit to 12 a year, full buyouts.
Okay.
But, you know, the hours, we've got to have we wanted the late night. Frankly, I talked to them about it. These guys were pushing me back. They were pushing me back. I said, let's cut it back. They agreed, but they got to have the 1 a.m. Thursday, Friday.
Okay, let me just ask one other question. The third food counter that's on that second floor, I don't see the standing counter. I don't see a counter. I just see words that say standing counter. Is there a second standing counter upstairs, or is there only one upstairs?
Well, so those diagrams are examples. It's
Okay.
a plan of a plan. By no means is it set in stone, and we're happy to adjust to make sure that we adhere to the CO.
So, yeah, I guess that's the biggest thing. You can only have what you can only have, and that includes your wait staff, your kitchen staff, and,
Correct, yeah.
everything. So when you put the seats in, you can.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Not be exactly X tables and chairs. It might be something different. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, there's one, I think, mistake made in the questionnaire. It said we would get a PA permit. I don't think it's needed because PA permits are by floor, and none of the floors are that required.
Right. Okay. Okay. So no PA permit. Okay, thank you.
Well, just one more
Go
question.
ahead,
Considering
Katie.
everything that you've heard tonight, and Donald, knowing how we feel about these things, what about midnight on Thursday, which is still a work night, and a school night, which is what we're worried about? That would be a very nice gesture.
I think I understand that, but I think we've made nice gestures. We've agreed to everything that's.
Ian shaking his head.
No, I'm actively listening, sorry.
We've agreed to everything that's been requested. We cut our hours. That is the one thing we would like to maintain. So I appreciate that, but it's important for us. And frankly, well, let's leave it at that. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next application we are going to hear is Vivamo Partners LLC, doing business as Bar V. That's at 1012 Morton Street, on premise. For a restaurant, it's a class change. Okay, yes, sorry, it is C8.
All right, are we ready?
Yep, we're ready.
Okay, good evening, CB2, Max Bookman. I'm an attorney. My law firm is Barzetta and Bookman. With me is Valley Sirit. This is on Vivamo Partners. Donna, thank you again for, and committee for having us come back for potential reconsideration of last month's hearing. So this is a class change application for Bar V on Morton Street. They currently have a beer and wine license, a restaurant wine license. Last month, we came before you looking to change 4 things. The 4 things that we were looking to change was, number 1, add a sidewalk cafe. Number 2, have earlier opening hours. Number 3, have later closing hours. And number 4, go to full liquor. We had support. There was opposition. Everyone was heard. We went away. You had your executive session. We watched it on YouTube the next day. And we saw that you voted to disapprove, recommend a full denial. Some of the conversation during the executive session was essentially, look, they're asking for too much, basically. Perhaps we, the board, maybe could be interested in 1 or 2 of these changes under the right circumstances, but one of the things that we were faulted for was sort of not making clear which of those 4 things was the most important to us, and so you recommended denial. We thought it would be a good idea to come back because we know that compromise is at the heart of this process. It's what you want, it's what the State Liquor Authority wants, and I felt that there was a chance to take one more swing at this and hopefully reach a compromise. So I met with Veli and his team. By the way, Veli, 10-year resident of Morton Street. He lives directly next door at 14 Morton Street. He's one of your constituents, lives and works in this neighborhood. He has another restaurant, by the way, called Entwine, also in the neighborhood, 16 years. So we talked and we took your invitation to list out what's most important and what we could try to leave on the cutting room floor. And here's what we've come back with. We've eliminated the sidewalk cafe. And as a gesture of good faith to the community that was opposed to the sidewalk cafe, we've withdrawn our application with DOT. So there is no sidewalk cafe application. That's not part of the proposal. We've taken it away. The second thing we've done is we've eliminated the later closing hours. So the request for later closing hours, we've eliminated that as well. We've also modified our request for earlier opening hours. That wasn't, in my view, the most controversial thing anyway. But again, just to show, we talked about it and we looked where we could to cut fat. And so, although we were originally proposing a 10 a.m. opening, we're now proposing an 11 a.m. opening. We do want right now, where our stipulations are for a 2 p.m. opening. We would like to be open before 2 p.m. In order to have a lunch business. And then that leaves the full liquor, which we'd like to keep. Those 2 things are most important to us, the full liquor and the earlier opening hours. We've reached out again to the folks who we've been in contact with throughout the entire process. There was a meeting yesterday. There are people here. I won't speak for them. I can't tell you that we have a deal, unfortunately, but I do think that everyone believes that we've approached this in good faith, and we do hope that we can tonight find support for this compromise. I'm sure I'll have a little bit more to say after others have spoken, but that's it for now.
Okay. Yes, the partner, yeah.
Pardon me?
No, you were not here.
Yes, my associate was here. Now I'm here.
Okay. Does anybody from the committee have anything before I go to the public? The hours are 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday to Wednesday, and 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. Those are the hours that are, well, those are the closing hours that they currently have. They're not closing, they're not changing their closing hours. They're just asking to open at 11 a.m.
That's correct. Yes. I could repeat that if you haven't, but that's right.
And on your floor plan for the lower level, I think, is some of that area outside? You have dry storage area, alcohol storage.
He wants to know about
It-
downstairs. Is any of it outside, outdoors?
No.
Speak into the microphone.
My name is Veli Cert. No, we don't have an outdoor place.
So everything within that plan is an interior space,
yes.
including where the stairs are,
Exactly.
He's asking.
and there's, seems to be
We have
windows.
a dry storage area, and
He wants to know if that's outside.
no, it's not.
But there's a set of windows in the
was
wall
outside.
separating the two halves.
No, but that's an important question. It was outside, and it was enclosed.
There
It was
was
enclosed during a
outside maybe,
previous
But
operator.
it was before us. There was a restaurant and a wine bar of the bistro. The name is Lena. When I took over this place, it was inside.
As it is now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Do you want us to make it outside?
No. Keep it just as it is. Okay, let's go to the public. We have a number of people here on this. So if you're here from the public to speak on this application, come on up. If you haven't filled out a speaker card, please fill one out and hand it to me. And just state your name and whatever you have to say. If you're repeating some, oh, hi.
Good evening. My name is Armin Parsanajad. I'm a licensed master social worker and also a bartender for over 34 years. I've lived in the West Village since 1992. I've lived in the address of Perry and West 4th since 1994. I've worked at Café de l'Artista. I don't know if anybody's old enough to remember that, on Greenwich Avenue. It's now Greenwich Treehouse. And I worked at Restaurant Florent in the Meatpacking District for 5 years just before it closed. So as a veteran of the restaurant industry, I know that a solid liquor license, a full liquor license, and being able to open for lunch is very often what
Address us, please.
I'm sorry, is very often what makes the difference between failing soon and thriving long term. I've discovered Bar V only about a month ago, and I just basically want to move in on top just to make it my living room. It's superb beyond belief in terms of offerings of wine and food. The atmosphere is warm and welcoming. I hate lines. I hate loud music. I just quit a bartending job in a nightclub. So certainly on my day off, I don't want any loud music. I don't want lines. I don't want TVs above the bar. And Bar V is fulfilling all of those dreams come true. So I basically am 7 minutes away, and every chance I get, I want to go to Bar V to just have a glass of wine, grab a bite to eat. To be able to go there for lunch would be another dream come true. I think that's maybe all I want to contribute. I would just love Bar V to thrive and be around for 20 years.
Could you just give me your name again? I was distracted with the.
Armin Parsanajad.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Allie Whiteman, and this is my sister Cassandra. You are not seeing doubles. There are two of us. I'm here to talk about community and what Bar V brings to this community. I moved to the West Village in 2002, and I met Veli at Turks and Frogs, where I was a bartender. I brought many dates there, and he saw me home many nights and took care of me. Then my sister moved in. He thought he was seeing doubles and was always confused. And I moved off of Jones Street and I sort of would see Veli in the community building and fostering and always saying hi and being gracious and kind. And then I moved to 2 Cornelia Street, and I'd see him even more on Morton Street and hanging out, meeting my husband, meeting my son, and being gracious and kind. And then he opens on Morton, and he builds this space that is for a community and for a home for all of us. And I think that's what's important to note what he's doing. I took care of someone in my building for 2 years. She passed away. He held a memorial in her name at his place. She hosts my birthday party, hosts my son's parties. Like, he's there to do all of those things for our community, and that's what the biggest thing, and that's why we are here, and that's what's important to note. He's not asking to stay open late. He's asking to stay competitive with his neighbors, competitive to what's going around in the other areas. And I think that's what we need to note here, is that he's here to stay. He lives in our community. He is a part of our community. He is building a community. And that's what I would like to add to that.
Great, thank you.
I mean, I'll say the same thing. We also just bought an apartment in the West Village, so we're really grounded in the community. And I think for me, obviously, I have my service dog, and he's with me all of the time, and I get a lot of harassment from people in the neighborhood if I bring him places, which is not allowed. But Belly has never questioned me, has never like said anything to me. So I think for me, like we go there with my nephew all the time for dinner. You'll see us there at 5 p.m. We love his staff. They treat us with the utmost kindness and welcome arms. So I think that's what's important for us, right? You know, with being in this community for 15 years and just kind of going there, like we've known him forever. So I think really that's what's important for us as well, of having that. I mean, he's like a family member to us, right? He has seen us through a lot.
Okay, thank you. No, you're done.
Hi, everyone. Stephen Aragona, 23 Grove Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm here in support of Barvi also. Veli's an amazing person. I think that's been made clear. I moved into Grove Street in 1998. I'm worried lately that there's too much of a bar scene. There's too much rowdiness, especially on Christopher Street where the subway is. I don't like it. I don't welcome it. I want more of the Barvi style of places. I think Veli and his partner, Valeri, are very intentional about how they curate their crowd, how they make sure that the culture and the vibe of the place is not welcoming that type of crowd that I'm worried about personally. They're not even, they're actually even deterring cigarette smokers from being in front of their place. And I appreciate that. So, I mean, I have a spare set of keys left there for if I ever get locked out of my apartment. So all the kind things that they've said about just their character, I think is clear. But I think the types of places that I hope as a resident here for 27 years is that we have more places that resemble Barvi and less places that are attracting the young college crowd. And I'm sorry for those of you here that are advocating for that. But that's why I also appreciate our neighbors who are putting some rigorous scrutiny on those places as well. This is not one of those places. So I hope that there's a consideration for that.
I need to speak. I don't think, did you fill out a speaker card?
Oh, right here.
There we go. I'll take it. Thank you very much. Okay, next up.
Okay. Hello, Community Board. My name is Bethany Bernard. I live at 10 Morton Street and have lived there since 2002, February to be precise. I live in the front of the building, apartment 5F. I sent in my letter, but I'm happy to share it with the rest of the community here. I want to start by saying that Veli is wonderful. I have gotten to know him. It is true what people say about him, that he's always outside, that he's welcoming. He always has a smile on his face. However, as a daughter of many generations of restaurant owners, that's not the only responsibility that you have.
Just do me one favor, address us. This isn't.
I apologize. That's not the only responsibility that you have to a community when you have a place of business. So Barvi's original intention for their current space at 10 Morton Street was a wine bar serving light bites, wine and beer. Now, less than 1 year later, they are changing their class to a restaurant and citing that as such, they are now also requiring a full liquor license in order to compete with other local establishments. Next request will be for the need to extend their hours in order to be able to compete with local bars in the area, and outdoor tables will also come back into the fold in the future. In personal conversations that I have had with part of their ownership management, Veli, they are citing the need to offer hard alcohol in order to keep their customers continuing to come back and frequent their establishment instead of going elsewhere where they can find hard liquor in order to start and finish their meals. Again, as the daughter of generations of restaurant owners in the city and as the daughter of an immigrant, patrons will continue to return to a wine bar or a tapas bar for the ambiance, quality, and affordability of the wine, beer, and light bites that are offered. The public will continue to support local restaurants, as I do, for their consistency in food quality, variety, service, and overall price value. A restaurant's lack of hard liquor should not preclude them from being able to conduct business as a restaurant, which is now the class that they are requesting to change to. There are quite literally more than a few dozens full-service bars, less than a 3-minute walk in any direction of Bar V. We do not need yet another local establishment offering a full bar in our neighborhood, let alone on our very narrow, small, tree-lined street. Morton Street is one of the more narrow residential streets in our neighborhood, specifically the portion between 7th Avenue and Bleecker. We only have one side of the street parking. We're not Bleecker Street, we are not 7th Avenue, we are not Jones Street, which is something that Belly had addressed with me, citing that there was a local restaurant applying for a liquor license. They have double parking, they have much more space. Noise does not get trapped in the street and come up through my window. Let us not ignore the fact that we know what will become of this space once a full liquor license is granted to them. It will become faster, easier, and more profitable for them to focus on and market their establishment as a bar. Their name says it all. Their other establishment on Washington Street has happy hours every day from 4 to 7 p.m. And their full liquor license has matching bar hours as well until 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. We cannot have that on our tranquil residential street. Bar V is rarely empty. Even typically slow Monday and Tuesday nights, you can usually find a nice gathering of patrons eating dinner or seated drinking wine at the bar. Granting them the ability to operate a full bar will attract a different crowd and customer base. This will then change the charm of them being a unique and serene, beautiful little dining establishment on a peaceful West Village street. Management will not be patrolling the exterior of the establishment every single day and night, preventing patrons from sitting on our tree wells, as I have personally witnessed, most recently as last week, smoking cigarettes, 4 young ladies. I asked them to please move. They said that they were dining at Bar V. Their recent attempt within the last week at placing a sign in their window requesting for patrons to please be respectful and mindful of neighbors, while appreciated, it will not stop people from smoking there. It will not stop people from stepping outside for phone calls, and certainly will not be heeded by patrons who are drinking alcohol. One of Bar V's owners is actually a resident of the street, as we've already discussed. He was well aware coming into the space, especially living there for 10 years, of how strongly the local community, specifically 10 Morton Street people that live there, have opposed a liquor license being approved for prior establishments in this exact space. This little by little change and increased list of major requests to truly change what type of business is operating in our building, this determined disregard for the longstanding community's wishes who call Morton Street home, this is increasingly frustrating, and I find it to be disrespectful. Perhaps some of the younger transient locals have expressed interest in supporting the request for a full liquor license. These neighbors will be gone in 2 years, as most of the tenants in our building are. But those of us that actually call this more than a building, but a home that I have called home for 24 years, we do not want this or need this on our peaceful street. Numerous open and honest conversations have occurred and continue to take place as Bar V continues to petition for more. Outdoor tables, later hours, full bar. It just doesn't seem like there is an adequate respect level for the residents and local community that preceded this establishment's existence. We do not wish to lose the quaintness and quietude of our narrow, echoing residential street, and this will happen once a full liquor license is granted to the space. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think I have other people signed up to speak, so if you want to just come up, start lining up so that we don't have to wait, that would be great. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, members. The people that live on Morton Street have fought long and hard. Get closer. Oh, sorry about that. The people that live on Morton Street have fought long and hard to keep it a quiet residential street. When Bar V first opened up, they said that they aimed to be a quiet wine and tapas restaurant. Within the span of a year, they have requested to extend their hours and are now requesting a full liquor license. To me, that doesn't sound like it aligns with their original vision. To me, that sounds like a premeditated and gradual drift towards a late-night drinking establishment. In the building I live for 45 years at this point, and in other buildings on Morton Street, we are affected by noise. Over half the people at 10 Morton Street have bedroom windows that opens either to the air shaft behind the restaurant, outside of my windows, and opens to either the air shaft or the street. We don't have central air, so we often live with our windows open. We know from experience that a bar means noise and disruption, particularly at night. We will get woken up by drunk customers exiting onto the street. We know that they will smoke outside and hang out and make phone calls. Customers already do this. Just recently, young girls were hanging out, making noise and smoking, only to return back inside. We will be kept awake by the air conditioning unit that runs later, if it's running later. When the AC is no longer needed, the windows in the restaurant will be opened, allowing the noise to drift and filter up through the air shaft. The kitchen exhaust system, which runs up the side of the building to the roof, will also run longer and keep people awake. We will hear the doors slamming, shut late into the night. All of this makes noises which reverberate up the air shaft. Residents of 10 and 14 Morton Street will be affected by this. Even if the proprietors swear that they will be quiet and that they will try to keep their customers quiet, we know from experience that that isn't an achievable outcome. We had a bar, Mad Morton, on the corner of Morton and 7th Avenue that kept the block awake until 3 in the morning. Their customers would hoot and holler and often defecate on our flower beds or the street. We are happy they are no longer there, and we don't want a repeat experience. The proprietors already have a bar on Washington Street. Let them direct their clientele there by offering some sort of incentive. We know that people come to the village to eat, drink, and party, but please, we live here too. Help us keep our quiet street. My name is Lucille. I have a list here of people that have signed against this.
Okay.
And I'd also like to mention that there is a church at the corner of Morton Street in 200 feet. They're temporarily closed, but they will open up. You cannot have a full liquor bar if the law is still the same with a church that close. And also, I don't believe the restaurant has wheelchair accessibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I have no option to his establishment. I think he's a wonderful.
You talk to us, talk to us.
We can't go through it again.
Okay. Next.
All right, again, I'm Leslie Clark with West Village Residents Association. I was part of a group of 4 block associations that met with Bar V earlier in August. Those were West Village Residents, Carmine Street Block Association, Central Village Block Association, and Morton Street, which was represented at that time by Beth Galdieri, who cannot be here tonight. Beth lives across the street. We made it clear at that time that we didn't have a problem with the earlier hours, but opening earlier, but we did have a problem with the sidewalk. They say that they have compromised by dropping the sidewalk. It is not a compromise to drop something to which you did not have a right in the first place. This is less than 10 feet. There is no possibility of having an 8-foot pedestrian clear path on this street. So I think that we should take that off the compromise list. That is not a compromise in our point of view. And we made this clear to them at the time. And we were pleased, however, when they actually withdrew their application to the DOT. However, I have insisted, and they reduced the hours, but they have insisted on the OP, and that is the problem. I was part of the Zoom call yesterday with them, with Beth Galdieri. The problem is the OP. There has not been an OP in this location before, and this is a narrow residential street, as you have heard from other people who live here. You're adding something that will not only be here now, but in the future. It is not the right place for such a thing. The neighbors don't want it. And although they have reduced the late night hours they are requesting, we think in order to get an OP, which is what they have said to us directly, it is our belief that they will simply get the OP and then come back in a year for more late night hours, thereby getting the original request piece by piece. We, West Village Residents Association, and I'm speaking also for Beth Galdieri from Morton Street, oppose this application except for the earlier hours serving morning, afternoon. That is not a problem for us. Thank you.
Hi, Kathy Arnson, Central Village Block Association. Basically, Leslie said everything that I wanted to say, so I'm not going to repeat it. Central Village is, I support our neighbors and the other block associations. We are in opposition to this OP. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm David Gruber. I'm president of the Carmine Street Block Association. I met with RV when they first opened. They said what they wanted was a nice neighborhood wine bar. Less than a year later, they're back and they want an OP. We met with them again. There were 9 people at the meeting. It was kind of ridiculous. They told us that men don't like to drink wine, so they had to have a full OP license. That surprised me. Okay, but I'm being educated. The manager who was at the meeting also said, we just want to be a neighborhood restaurant, but they don't. They wanted to have the tables because they wanted a flag because it's such a quiet block, they told us, and there's no activity there at night, and they wanted people to know that there was a restaurant there. It's, as Leslie said, it's not a compromise. They couldn't have it. It was an ADA problem. It was too narrow. So that their lawyer said, oh, look, we're compromising left and right. They're not. It would be the only OP on that section of Morton Street. It's one of the quietest blocks. It's a residential block, one of the most quiet blocks in the village. Excuse me. I really fear that if we do an OP, as it was stated before, this is a bite-by-bite kind of application. They've already let us know that they'll come back once they pass the great Gordian knot of getting an OP. It'll be easier just to get longer hours, and that's the strategy. They've said it, I fear it. And so someone said, oh, how does it work? You need to have a license to get a license? No, you don't need a license to get a license. But what you need is an appropriate venue for your OP. Morton Street is not that place. And so we feel strongly, we've made up many attempts to meet after they decided not to meet with us anymore. I know you've got a letter saying that they're going to want to come straight to the community board and not meet with the local residents anymore. Then when you turn them down, they've reached out, can you meet with us again? Can you meet with us again? These folks will say anything, do anything to get what they want. And I just don't feel comfortable with having an OP here as the first step to like a bar on Morton Street. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Leif Arnson. I live on Cornelia Street.
There's another mic here.
This doesn't work? Oh, this one works.
Oh,
Okay.
there, it does work. Whoa.
Oh, wow.
This is
Okay.
working good now.
I'll get my trumpet. So I've been to Valley's place. It's a nice place. It's got a great burger. And so I'm grateful for that, what he's built there. more and more uncomfortable, like David's mentioning, because I hear everybody getting up to support the
Just
place
talk
that
to
they
us,
like.
talk to us.
What's that?
Just talk to
Yeah,
us.
okay. I hear everybody getting up to support the place that they like because it's a great community place, right? And I'm happy about that. And anybody who lives in the area is happy about that because it's good for the community, good for the neighborhood. It's a local place you can go, and we need that, and that's fine. But I wonder how that's going to change if they get the liquor license. All of us who've lived there know what happens. It changes. It changes everything. Now, the pressure to sell alcohol to the tourism trade, alcohol tourism in particular, is huge. There's a lot of, that's why everybody's doing it. So I thought that this was a community place and a neighborhood spot. And people should be proud and fight for that. That's a good thing. But I wonder how many people are going to fight for it that are going to show up at a place like this a few years from now. Maybe things change. Maybe Valley's involved with it. Maybe he's not. The space is now licensed for liquor. That changes everything from now and into the future, and the residents are the ones that are going to have to live with it. We are here for a reason, because we've been here before. We know what happens when the OP goes in. It changes the dynamics of the place. It attracts a different clientele, and the whole idea of being a community restaurant gets further and further out of the picture, and more it's about the drinks and the trend and that kind of a vibe. It goes later and later. It's noisier and noisier. It creates more and more issues for quality of life for all of us in that area. So for that reason, they have to decide who they really want to be. Because to me, they are what they say they are at the moment. But if they're going to get that license, that's all going to change. And the pressure that they're putting on the neighborhood, they see that we're out against this. They've seen it many times now. And we're getting more and more uncomfortable and defensive because we're trying to protect our community. So for that reason, I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there any, okay.
Donna, I have a
Katie.
couple questions for Lucille. She ran away before I could say.
Okay, so Lucille, come on back. Okay, just.
Okay, Lucille, wait a minute. Lucille?
So
Lucille,
Lucille, just come up to the microphone.
come up to the microphone. Thank you for providing that list. It looks as if there are 6 floors in your building.
Yes.
Are there 6 apartments on each floor, or?
There's the back of the building where I am, so I face the air shaft as 14 does. And you've got everybody on the C line. The D line faces air shaft and the street.
No. Let's just, how many apartments are in your building?
30.
There are 30 apartments, and you gave us a list. Did you put your name on that list or not? Because you'd already, okay. So there were 30 apartments, and you gave us, I counted quickly, 16 apartments signed your list. So
Right.
more than half the people in your building
Right.
signed that opposition petition. I just wanted to be clear about that, so thank you very much for coming back.
Listen, he has a fabulous place. We know that.
Lucille, just keep talking to us,
And
please.
he does. It's not that we dislike him and his food, and his place is gorgeous. We love that. But a full liquor license is going to bring problems
Yeah.
to the building and to the street. And it not only affects us, the lady next door, the one that has the theater, she owns building number 8, owns the whole building. She's not for it. The lady across in number 5, people in number 7 were signing. They get it. I mean, when Mad Morton was there, nobody slept.
I know. Yes,
It was
we're clear.
horrible.
Thank you, Lucille. Thank you.
Okay. Next up.
Hello again. Oh,
Is this better?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thanks. Sorry. So I'm Val Snow. I was here last month as well as a representative of Barbie. And just wanted to say a few things, I guess, about like the nature of the place and of the owners. I've lived and worked in the West Village in Soho for 20 years. I've worked in restaurants since I was 16 years old. I'm now in my 40s. And I've worked for a lot of bad people, you know, a lot of irresponsible owners, people that see customers as a dollar sign, that see their employees as like a means to an end, that will lie and scam and try to do whatever they can do to make a buck. That is not these guys. It really is not. They are truly hardworking, honest, responsible people. And they've really pulled themselves up, you know, started in this country as busboys and waiters and dishwashers and, you know, thank you, sorry, Donna. Anyway, they're good, they're honest people. Honesty that can sound harsh to American ears, you know. It's very straightforward, very direct, but it's also refreshing because they're people that you know where they stand and you can trust them. You really can. So I would say, I just wanted to say that.
Got it. Thank you.
Testament to their character.
Got it. Go ahead.
Hello, I'll give you this form. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We're good? I'll give you this form in a couple of minutes.
Yep.
I'm just here to rebut.
Start with your name.
My name is Ricardo Payton. My background is law enforcement. I'm a retired lieutenant from the NYPD. I was a detective squad commander, and I've been retired 15 years. I just have to give a rebuttal to the gentleman David's characterization of Morton Street, 10 Morton Street. Yeah, I will talk to you, but that gentleman, I just wanted to
but you're
reference
talking to us.
the individual. I understand. I am talking to you. On my way over here, I recorded drug sales right across the street from 10 Morton Street. It's not a good street. It's a point where people go not only for drug sales, for prostitution. It's now more visible that the scaffolding is gone. In my prior employment, I was employed during COVID, and that's how I met Veli. Not only did he help with someone that was getting robbed that ran into his business, and he cooperated with the police department, and as a result of his video system, they were able to make prosecute and convict, and the people were arrested. But in the middle of the night, there was a rapist going around on Washington Street in his other building, his other business, Entwine, and he was literally telling us and his employees to escort people back and forth. There was a woman that was stalked, and I wish she was here, I would have brought her in. As a result of his involvement in the community, he's actually helped the neighbors and the residents. I have a recording minutes before coming here, drug sales. It's not the beautiful, quiet tree-lined street that they're describing. It's a nice street, but it has big problems. And Bar V can actually, with the later hours, they're not even asking for that, but the actual traffic would discourage that type of criminal behavior on that block. If they had actually more traffic, I know it's a noise situation, it's a quality of life situation, but they're not open late. And the reason they go there and do the drug sales, and I mean, people have defecated there. I'm seeing, every time I come here, I see it. It would actually help alleviate some of the problems on that street if they had a little bit more traffic. That's all I have to say.
I just wanted to ask if you were familiar with the reason that there's pushed out activity is because of this community's request for the 6th Precinct and to Manhattan South to do significant enforcement within Washington Square Park. And a part of that, result of that, is that we have uncomfortable activities that are happening, but the 6th Precinct is well aware of the activities on all the streets and is beginning the process of addressing that. And it's something that is addressed each month at the 6th Precinct Community Council, Village Interagency Task Force, and all the community here is participating in that. So to point out that as a result of some of the other actions that they are taking in our community, that there's dispersal of a lot of these other activities, we know that just because a business is there doesn't stop those activities, because we have that activity throughout our community, everywhere, on every street. In fact, there's late night businesses and the drug activity occurs right in front of them. And so I just want to bring that up, that the causal effects and discounting what a lot of the neighbors are saying, that it will make their neighborhood safer, having this is not easy for us to take into account when we're seeing a lot of the activities that are happening around our community. And there's some changes because of the concentrated enforcement that the New York City Police Department is doing in our community.
No, fantastic. Noted. May I rebut?
Lucille, you cannot, wait, everybody just hang on a
Thank you.
second. You were done, and Lucille, you are not addressing anything that was addressed. This came up last time, and it was addressed last time. It doesn't need to be addressed. We have a very long night, and this is about the application and not the drug use on the street.
Okay. Yes, all right. I have,
What, come on, people, can we just,
yeah, of course I can come back, and yeah, of course I can. I have two things I want to say in response. A lot of people got to talk, and I have some things I want to say in response. First and foremost, I think most of the people who are in opposition are speaking in good faith, and I respect them as people, and I respect their concerns, and I respect what they have to say, and I think they're all coming from a good place. With that said, there's one individual whose name I won't mention, who said something that I thought was in violation of your rule, being respectful and non-disparaging, which is that we will say anything and do anything to get a liquor license. I mean, that's just wrong, and you shouldn't let people say stuff like that. Especially for, and I think you've heard it 10 times, so I'm not going to say it again, someone who it seems to be has an impeccable and impeachable character. He ought to get some credit for that. He ought to get some credit for his character, living in the neighborhood for 10 years, running two upstanding establishments, being the kind of person that he is. I don't think it was right to have said that. The other things I want to address. Look, you've heard many times tonight that, you know, the neighborhood is against this. Well, some people in the neighborhood are, but many are not as well. I just want to, you know, bring mention of that. We, in our package, we handed in 10 letters of support. Many of them are from people who live, well, they're all from people who live in the neighborhood. Many are from people who live on this block. We have petition signatures that we submitted last time in support of our prior proposal. I didn't give it to you, Donna. I'll give it to you now. We have additional petition signatures, electronic petition signatures. I crossed out ones that are not relevant. In support of our current proposal. You heard people coming tonight to speak.
is that in that packet that
It's
Katie's
not,
looking at?
that's not
So
in that packet.
when you're done,
I can send it to the board office.
Okay.
Yeah,
if you could send it, that would be great.
that's in addition to the people who you heard come speak tonight. And it's hard to get people to come to speak in support of a liquor license application. You know, it's not equal. It's much easier to come out to oppose an application than be in support. But we have people who came who were in support. So the point there is just, you know, the opinion of the neighborhood is not uniform on this subject. I understand people have strong opinions on both sides, but that's number one. Number two is, you know, there was some comments made that, you know, we're morphing, or you know, we said we were going to be a bar, and now we're not. I mean, I was just at the restaurant. I'm just going to hand out some of the menus. These are from the restaurant.
Right. I think we had them last time. We had them last time, Max.
Yeah, you got these?
Yeah, it's very good.
It's
They're
from
not
the
in the package, but they're from.
Yeah. So this is from the restaurant. I was just there.
Right.
Now we can fight over labels and what you want to call this or that, but
It is a restaurant.
to me that's a restaurant. The type of license we applied for was a restaurant license. Our stipulations say it's a restaurant license. So there was no deception. There was no mischaracterization. From day one, we said we were going to be a restaurant, and we meet the legal standard for that. And you could say, you know, you could make your own judgment by looking at that menu. I think it's a restaurant, and I think, you know, I think everybody else seems to, you know, agree with that. There's no standing allowed. This is a place where you come and you sit. There's no standing whatsoever. You can see that people really come for the food. And like many restaurants, we need to offer some bit of a cocktail menu. This was not a bait and switch. You know, in retrospect, I think obviously it would have been better. Obviously it would have been better from the start if they had come to the realization that they needed hard liquor from the start. But it was not a bait and switch. This is a realization that they came to after the fact. It's not easy opening a restaurant in New York City. There's a lot of things to juggle. They thought they could have it work with just beer and wine, and it has not worked with just beer and wine. They need to be able to have a cocktail menu. And I just want to focus on that for a minute, because there's been some discussion about this as well. The concept is not changing. This is still, wine is still certainly the focus. This is still a restaurant. We're not morphing into anything, but like many restaurants, I know the members of the committee know this. You have a lot of fine dining in your neighborhood. You have a lot of restaurants in your neighborhood. You know this. So I'm not saying anything that you don't know, but restaurants need to have a cocktail menu. We can stipulate to no shots. If there's any other stipulations you want to put around it to make clear that this is not a pub or a bar, we're happy to. But really, all we're talking about here is when you open up, when you sit down and you get the food menu and you get the drink menu. At the end of the drink menu, after you've seen all the large wine, with the long wine list, etc., you see some listings for cocktails. For some folks who don't drink wine, that's really all it's about. A few other comments, if I may. I know we've taken a lot of your time. I appreciate it. I haven't heard a lot of, in the opposition that we have heard, I haven't heard a lot of issues with their actual opposition. I understand it was said twice that some women were smoking cigarettes.
Your operation.
What did I?
You said opposition twice.
Pardon, okay, with their operation. Thank you. I haven't heard much issues with their operation. I heard some comments twice that there were some people who were smoking cigarettes. But you know what it's like when you have a business that comes before you that's been open and operating and has a really bad track record of quality of life issues. That's not what you heard tonight. Instead, the concerns were speculative about the future. And again, I just think he should get credit for what, and just get a little bit of credit that what he's telling you is the truth, that he's not lying, that he's telling you the truth, that the operation is going to stay the same. The church is not on the same street, and therefore it's not subject to the 200-foot law. Not all on-premises licenses are created equal. I understand the concern about proliferation. I completely understand it, but as this board knows, and as the State Liquor Authority knows, you have to look at the nuances. It's not just black and white, is it an OP or is it not? You have to look at the actual operation that's being proposed, and here we think that it's an operation that you can trust to serve a little bit of liquor. I think I'm done. Let me just look and see if there's anything else on my list. Mad Morton's is a much larger and different space, and it's a tiny space. Tiny. If anyone's been there, I mean, it's a very small space. Again, with no standing. It was said several times, concerns about, that it's a quiet residential street and concerns about noise, et cetera. I know some folks, heard that we were, and acknowledged that we took off the later hours, but some of the comments didn't seem to acknowledge that. We're not asking for later hours because we heard the concerns. So we've adapted to that. We've reacted, we've compromised. That's the name of the game here. We heard the concerns about later hours and we pulled back on it. We eliminated it. So the concerns about, disrupting the quiet residential nature of the street, we're not proposing later hours. We're happy to answer any of the questions you have.
I had a question, something I hadn't caught before until somebody said. The church is on the T that Morton Street runs right into.
It's on the T. It's not on the corner.
But it directly is Morton Street. Like you run right into it.
We reviewed the 200-foot. I saw that. I read the text of the 200-foot law and the Liquor Authority's interpretation of it. The 200-foot law applies to churches that are on the same street or if it's on a corner street. The T is not a corner.
So if you ran a straight line from in front of this establishment, it hits the church.
Well, any street. If you run a straight line to anything,
along the street.
Well, it's not on Morton Street.
Okay.
It's on Bleecker.
It's on Bleecker. It's not on Morton.
I mean, but is there a case law that says that something that is? I mean, if you go outside,
well, it's black and white. We don't need case law.
Well, if you go to the front and you step in front of the establishment, and you look to the right. The church is right there within 200 feet.
Yeah, I understand you can see it. I mean,
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I mean, so nobody's asked for a declaratory ruling for the specifics here because it's. I'm just bring this up because unlike most other 200-foot cases, this is a straight line. It's not a.
So look, I'll grant you.
So with the intention of what the 200-foot rule is, it seems within the spirit that it's within. I'm just bringing that up. I mean, there are other things where I understand the technicality around the corner or all the other things. So.
Yeah. So 2 points on that. One is we know about the church. Veli did speak with the church leadership. It's a little So 2 things, Carter. We know about the church in anticipation of this meeting and the last meeting. In fact, Veli spoke with the church leadership. I know someone else mentioned the church as well. I'm just repeating what Veli was told. He was told by the church leadership that they are in the process of moving and that they're moving somewhere else and that they're no longer going to be utilizing that building for worship services. So I understand that's a little, vague. So, that's not my main submission to you, Carter, as to why the 200-foot law is not applicable. But of course, obviously, if they did move, it wouldn't be applicable. My point is, even if they don't move or didn't move, we didn't ask for a declaratory ruling because, in my view, it's a pretty black and white case. It's not on the same street and it's not on the corner. The corner here is it's a T, and it's not the corner. And so, if you disagree on that, I think, of course, how to raise that with the liquor authority, but we think we're on pretty firm ground here with that.
Okay. Katie, do you have just one short question?
It's more of a point. Thank you for the menu, which is different from the one that we got in the packet. But if you're a wine bar, it would have been nice to bring a wine menu so we could understand how wine heavy you are.
Okay, I mean, fair enough.
They have
okay.
wine. I mean,
I can.
No, it doesn't. It's completely irrelevant. Really, they're a wine bar. They have the wine. It's I'm sure it's online and
restaurant.
And I'm just going to say that I am going to agree with everybody about the sidewalk. It was too narrow to have sidewalk seating.
Our
opinion anyway.
Yeah,
so
I don't
taking
necessarily
that.
agree with that.
I knew you would not agree with that. Okay. Yeah, we'll find out. Okay. Thank you. That's
Okay,
it.
thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
thanks everybody for coming out on this
Should I?
again.
What do you want to say? No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. You haven't said anything, so you're entitled to. Yeah.
Lucy asked about the accessible disabled chair.
ADA, yeah.
Even if she doesn't know we have it. Lucy, my mom is disabled.
No, talk to us.
My
Just
mom
talk
is
to us.
disabled, and I have if she comes, I can show her what we have. I got in the rain, it was a rainy day, one wheelchair lady came in, like we opened the operation 30 minutes ago, I took them inside.
Okay, so you can, so people have
Yeah,
access.
we had it, Lucy.
Okay, great.
And the other question, even I can explain, but I don't need to.
No.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay. I am, just let me, oh, 80 more, that's what I was going to do next. I'm doing that next. No, it was already on my list to do next, so I just want to, yeah, no. No, I get it. Okay, so the next item is going to be CMSV LLC, DBA, doing business as Milla on Morton at 80 Morton Street. This is a tavern wine for a vacant lot. Yeah, I'm just giving them a minute to get their stuff and go. They're leaving. Okay, there's something. Okay, so is this the same as what you handed out before? I'll just put one here. I don't need one. Just go down there for now. So, Lucille, everybody, we are on another application. You're welcome to continue the conversation outside, but I'd like to, and the committee would like to be able to hear this application. So if everybody could either take the conversation outside or listen to this one. Okay, I think we're ready. Go ahead.
Have I picked the right one?
I think so.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Seth Weinberg. Weinberg's are Mulkin Price, appearing on behalf of CMSV LLC and its proprietor, Camila Vick. If you can't hear me, just let me know and I'll look to speak a little bit louder. Okay. We appreciate that there is a lot of passion around Morton Street. It is a passion that the applicant shares. She is a 7-minute walk from the proposed site of Milla on Morton, which would operate as a garden cafe in what is now currently a vacant lot. I would point out that there are no trees on the lot. There is simply overgrowth from it being untended for an extended period of time. So essentially weeds, concrete, and construction equipment is what is there now, and some artificial barriers. The concept for it is to convert it into a 40-seat garden cafe that would be serviced by food operations, as well as a restroom establishment that would be brought onto the property in order to operate fully in that manner. We would gate it off in that sense, but it would not intrude onto the
Hang
site.
on just one second. I think some of the the one I just handed you is printed. So I think some of the questionnaires that the committee received are blank pages. So, so- okay, but some people need, so that one is filled out. Okay, so, okay. And for the rest
Apologies
of-
for the technical
Yeah,
issue.
it doesn't do anybody any good to get a pamphlet of blank.
We
pieces of
understand
paper.
that.
Okay, go ahead.
The concept again is to offer breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the space, starting from 8 a.m., ending by 10 p.m., and closing by 10 p.m. To secure the space with a gate that would not intrude onto the sidewalk in any way. There is no plan or intention to seek sidewalk or roadbed of any kind. And the organization looks forward to becoming part of the community and further cementing its proprietor's relationship with the community.
Okay, and the hours?
The hours would be 8 a.m. for breakfast and closing by 10 p.m.
Every day?
Correct.
Okay. And, so,
Anything else you want to add?
what?
Anything you want to add?
It's 3 entrances is, where are the 3 entrances?
One entrance.
So as of right now, it's an empty lot with a gate, sort of a
Right.
security gate in the front. So that's the current setup.
So I'm just going by what is on the questionnaire. It says how many entrances are there planned, and it says 3, and how many exits 4, and how many bathrooms 2. So that's why I'm asking the question, because it is a vacant lot with one
Yeah.
entrance right now.
So in terms of the bathrooms, the intention is to have like a luxury porta potty like trailer so that we can control that. It's inside. There's no, we're not intending to do any like construction. And in terms of exits, like we are intending to keep a security gate. The one that's currently there is pretty dilapidated, so we will be replacing it.
Okay.
But in addition to that, creating sort of while we're operating a nicer fence that will have like an entry and an exit so as to keep things moving very easily so there's no congregating on the street.
Okay. Is the porta potty ADA accessible?
It will be. We're just reaching out to different companies to see what the options are, but the intention is to make everything absolutely ADA accessible.
Okay, and then how will, okay, and I guess how will that be serviced? I mean,
The porta potty?
yeah.
I'm like, well, again, we're just reaching out to companies now to see what the options are, but the intention would be to be sort of quote unquote renting it from a company that would then come in and service it whenever is needed. Sort of, you know, I'm sure there's a schedule that they operate on for things like that. And we would, you know, go with whatever is going to keep it the cleanest, the, you know, best environment, because obviously our patrons will be enjoying their wine and food outside.
The anticipation is that it would be set back from the street.
Oh, yes.
So it would not, you know, in the, towards the far end of the lot.
Not even visible from the street is the intention.
Okay. I mean, you've got a bunch of residential buildings around there that it will be with windows.
Yes, so there's the.
That will be looking.
Yeah, but
down
again,
at that.
the concept is to have a luxury, like a nice looking one so that the whole thing looks nice.
Okay.
Along with the trailers.
And then there's the food trucks
Mhm.
that, so explain how that's going to operate.
So the concept is to have one food truck that would be operated, it's like a clean, healthy fast food that my sisters are going to be operating. And then the other one would be the wine food trucks. They would be like operated separately. So the wine one would, you know, you would go up, you would place your order for a glass of wine, what you would get ID'd so that way there's no IDing on the street. There's 2 separate options. And then you would get seated and served your wine.
And you're holding the liquor license?
Yes.
Not the food truck?
The food truck will not serve any liquor.
But the liquor will be coming out of a food truck?
No. It will be coming out of its own truck.
That's what I'm saying, a truck. You'll have
Oh,
a truck
yes,
there.
sorry, like a
that-
trailer, a bar trailer.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, I
Okay, so
misunderstood.
separate, okay. And then, is the food truck electric, gas, venting, noise, anything?
I
How is
think
that working?
I think that they are in the process of researching the best option for both noise, for cleanliness, for the food that they're trying to create. I don't believe that they've purchased one yet.
And in the event that there's,
But isn't they you? Who is they?
Yes, so it's me and my sister yeah.
Okay.
in the event that there's something that is preferred or that would make it more hospitable or easier to manage, of course, we're open to those suggestions.
I'm not in the food truck business, so I don't know, but I would think, I'm sure that people would like to know what it's going to be, because again, you are surrounded by residents there, and
course.
nobody wants a food truck necessarily outside their window from 7 in the morning until 10 o'clock
not
at
looking
night.
for a gas generator.
Viewings,
So I know the
fumes
intention
and-
is to have them be electric, both for just general cleanliness, for the environment, to be, good to our neighbors in terms of noise. Obviously, an electric engine makes significantly less noise. And they will be stationary. They're not going to be moving in and in and out every night. If we will sort of create an environment where they are being kept clean and
Effectively permanent.
Yeah,
Because once they're on the application for the SLA, you can't move them.
yeah.
okay, where's the water coming from, the electric coming from?
So as of right now, the lot is empty
Right.
and unused. So that's something that we are sort of beginning now. The owners just took ownership today, and so they will begin to do all that. We obviously won't open until we have water, until we have electricity, all of the things that we need to operate successfully.
Okay.
So we've seen some documents that show that you don't have exclusive use to the property in its totality.
What do you
There
mean?
are easements across the property, multiple easements for parking, for emergency egress. So the area that you've shown and outlined in your diagrams are not under your exclusive control. So can you guys address that?
Have to do your due diligence.
So to be totally honest, all the only egress we've seen is blocked off, and it's for the condo building next door and for the
egress
townhouses.
paths that are through
Yeah.
the diagram that you presented to us.
So
There's emergency egress, there's multiple parking spots.
Parking spots. As
Yeah.
far as I know, there was an intention for the property that we're going to use to be parking for the townhouses behind. That never materialized. There is a fence, the fence that we've set up, that is set up. There is an egress, I think, also for the townhouses behind. That is sort of a stairway up and then a little, but it's not within the property that we've seen or the diagram that we created. And I don't think it.
Yeah, I guess that's my question, is because they're on Acris, there are multiple easements that are registered that reference this property, that show that you guys don't have exclusive use and access to the space, and that's one of the requirements
To the extent
for
that
a liquor
exists.
license.
To the extent that exists, we'd have to rectify that and resolve that, obviously, before.
So is that something you guys want to do before we hear the rest of this application? 'Cause, I mean, we can hear from members of the public, but if you don't have exclusive use of the space and that's not rectified, and I personally verified that those documents are on Acris, so they exist, and whether, I'm not saying that, they're registered there, is what I'll say. And, and there's also, I was informed that, and I have not seen these documents, that there are other representations or promises made about what should be done with this property, as far as a result of some of the other land use actions in the area. And so I think that those are areas that you may want to explore first before any of us move forward with this, because that all addresses the immediate land use issues and whether or not, just because it's vacant, that you guys are fully entitled to use of that space.
I think we appreciate that, and we understand the requirements, and we would look to make sure that before any application is filed, of course, that we are fully compliant with
So, but I guess my question is, so you don't even know if you have exclusive use of the space?
we would have to speak to the real estate lawyers to verify the findings on ACRIS. I can't speak to that personally.
And did anybody look this up beforehand?
As far as I've been involved, the information that we received from the purchaser, again, there was a change of ownership today. But with that change of ownership, a lot of those things were rectified in the sort of contract that was created for the purchase of the property.
So ACRIS may not be fully up to date at this time.
Okay, usually those are removed, right? I mean, they're also filed on other properties against this. I mean, and then in respect to that, are you aware of any promises that were made with respect to during any of the construction that this space was supposed to be a garden, public garden?
I'm asking, so I understand, when you say promises, do you promises to?
Well, I don't know, you guys, it's your property, right? Or you have control over it, the lease, or you're gonna sign the lease. So I'm asking you because knowledgeable people have said that there are multiple issues with respect to the land use aspect of this. One of them is multiple easements. And then the second part is also representations that were made that as a consequence of other actions that were taken, that this space would be developed as a publicly accessible garden.
No one, we're not aware of any promises made. I would say that, while we're obviously intending to operate the wine bar and the food truck, part of that intention is to create a really lovely landscaped garden that the members of the neighborhood can come and sit and have a coffee or have a sandwich or a glass of wine with their neighbor in the evening. The intention is to create something out of a vacant sort of torn up lot, is to create a really lovely garden for the use of the public.
And you guys have represented, you don't have any permits in place. You're not sure what building permits that you guys are going to have to file for electric, for water.
As we said,
trucks are not standalone. They actually require to be hooked up someplace. So where are they going to be serviced? General food trucks. My understanding is they need to be serviced to clean. There's a lot of requirements to do with that. I mean, how are you manage any ice production with water, et cetera? I mean, there's many issues, but if the trucks are not mobile or can't be moved, these are just questions that are basic questions that are generally in a traditional application are generally answered, but here you haven't even explored any of those issues. At least from what you guys have said, you're just starting to look into them.
So the intention is not for the food trucks to be immovable. Obviously, for maintenance, if there's a yearly cleaning that goes beyond the scope of what you do every day when you shut down a restaurant or a food truck or a bar or any of those things, the intention is that we would be, so that you wouldn't be experiencing some kind of big event of cleaning, of trash, of this, of that, on Morton. But to not create a situation where there's constant change and shift and movement out of there, but to also make it so that it's possible. If something were to change or something need to be, if God forbid something happened to one of the trucks, needed to replace it, obviously they need to be, somewhat movable.
Any other plans for drainage or wastewater? If you're bringing in plumbing, these are all.
Yeah. The only plumbing we are intending to bring in is water for the trucks, not for the plumbing for bathroom. The bathroom, like I said, our intention is to contract with a very high quality sort of porta potty situation, to avoid having sewage, have any of that on the property. Obviously, if that's something that we need to revisit and change, and maybe we do need something like that, obviously we're open to your input, your advice.
If you're bringing water in,
you have to have a way to take the water out.
Yeah. I mean,
there has to be drainage. There's no question about that.
In New York is a combined system. I just don't see many elements of this, let alone the impacts, which is typically seems, missing.
Is there going to be any covering or background music? What are you planning with?
No, in terms of like noise production from our patrons, it would just, it's just people talking. And the intention is to, like, we're working with the landscape architect specifically to try to landscape in a way that dampens noise, reduces noise. So different, configurations of the tables that we have. Different
Awnings? Are
plants.
you putting up awnings or anything?
There is not any intention to put up any awnings right now, obviously. Yeah, we want to be operable for as many days a year as we possibly can to, give a really lovely place to the public. But as of right now.
So heaters, you'll have heaters?
Yes, I would say that we would intend to have heaters.
So they would either have to be electric or I guess.
Correct.
Yeah.
And music is?
As of, we're not intending to play music, so anything.
There won't be any
background
music outside?
No, the intention is not for, if anything, we would have very low
What makes it,
instrumental.
is there going to be background music or is there not going to be background music?
I would say yes, maybe very low background music, but that's not the intention of the space. The space is for people gathering, not for, no DJ, no band, no, nothing. That's not what the space is for, or that's not the concept that we are approaching.
Okay. Katie?
I have a couple questions. I'm sorry that this application is blank now, but what I remember from reading this afternoon, when you get to it, there were like 2 hours for Sunday. I couldn't understand what your projected hours were for Sunday, so please check that to make sure the application is okay. And also, you cannot answer this now, but you said that it was in an MX6 zone. I'd like to know when it was changed to MX6 because that's not on the zoning map. And I was present when the zoning was changed about 20 years ago, so I know what zoning is. Who is, I was out of the room briefly, who is CMSV? Did you purchase the lot from 90?
No.
So who owns the lot? Again, it's blank here, so we can't tell.
The owner of the lot is my sister.
Well, when did she purchase it? And from whom did she purchase it?
That I'm not aware. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not aware from whom she purchased it.
Do you know the name of the entity from whom she purchased it?
I'm not.
Who are you? Are you this?
But everybody has to use a microphone.
Okay.
You need to.
So are you going to answer the question, who sold the lot today?
This lot was part of can you hear me?
Yes, but we need your name and.
Sure. I'm Tracy K. Denton. I'm Seth Weinberg's colleague at Weinberg's Malkin Price. This lot was part of a group of lots that were owned by different businesses. And I believe the last ACRIS update, you probably all saw this, was in 2022, and there were some before that. So I believe the ACRIS information was outdated. They had a contract to buy this, and the purchase, the closing date kept getting pushed off, and they were able to get it done today. I have a more updated survey that was done close to this purchase. I'd like to pass this out to all of you here. We believe the information on ACRIS is outdated. Camila has been very aware of what's been going on at the lot, and we're not aware that anybody's using it to park cars or aware of any easements for how it's being used. So I'd just like to give you this updated survey.
Okay, Sandy, we're going to get to the public in a second. Okay, does anybody from the committee have any other questions before I go to the public? Okay, so let's just go, we've got a number of people here to speak on this, so why don't we let the public come up and speak? Just come on up and state your name.
My name is Sandy Russo. I own the property at 625 Greenwich Street, which backs up into this parking lot. I am also the owner of one of the easements, actually two of the easements. One is for egress from the rear of my building that was granted to me when I purchased the building in 1980. In order for it to be code compliant, you needed egress from the rear fire escape out to the public sidewalk. Originally, the easement went out to Greenwich Street. When PMG purchased the property and developed it, they were going to, their buildings required that the easement be rerouted to Morton Street, so that those barriers, those orange barriers that were mentioned, are in fact barriers that delineate my easement, my 3-foot easement that goes all along the building on Morton Street and back into the courtyard and around to my building. There are 2 other easements for parking that I don't own, but are owned by others. I have no idea. The last I heard is that PMG owns this property. PMG has been an awful, awful neighbor and an awful developer, and everyone has complaints about PMG. But I just want to say a few things. No one approached any of us about this project. No one knocked on our doors. No one slipped anything under, a note. There's been absolutely no outreach. I saw a flyer on a lamppost from CB2, and that's how I heard about it. And I also would like to inform them that my car is presently parked on that lot. When they say it's an empty lot, it's not an empty lot. Also, this drawing, when they indicate what it's going to look like, in no way shows all the buildings around it. This is a courtyard. This is like the courtyard on Grove Court, where there are buildings all around. There are gardens. There are literally windows feet from where these tables and toilets are going to be. So that this is completely misleading. There are a bunch of neighbors here. We all oppose this. There are no restaurants down at this end of Greenwich Street, around Leroy, Morton, Charles, all along there. There are no outdoor restaurants in this area. And the only other thing I want to say is that their operating hours are, in their application, till 10 o'clock at night. And I yield.
Okay. Yeah.
Andy, I just want to clarify when you're the owner manager of Ramble Real Estate LLC, correct?
Yes.
And that is the entity which has
That owns 625 Greenwich Street,
right,
which
and
backs into this.
and has the easement agreement.
This courtyard.
Okay, just so.
But you don't understand. There are open balconies.
Oh,
and
no, that we understand.
Backyards
I just wanted to clarify
that
that
there's a
with the
butts
paperwork.
up to on all sides, all 3 sides. Also, there's a gate that is locked at all times. This is going to really affect the security of all the people, all the residents there. There are first floor apartments. There are open spaces to people's homes. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Thank you.
Okay, next up.
My name is Diane Upright. I own the ground floor unit at 111 Leroy, which is the 10-story condominium that's at the back end of this sliver of a lot. I have a garden that faces this lot, and immediately beyond my garden, separated only by a 6-foot metal fence, is a common garden for the rest of the occupants of the condominium. So there are 2 gardens. the gate that Sandy just referred to that's locked, there's an immediate gate that leads onto this sliver of what we all thought was a parking lot. And the kind of rough gate that closes it off at Morton Street actually provides security for us. I mean, if these young women think that they can just have that open during the day, access for the public to this lovely garden that they envision, those people would immediately have access to my condominium's garden where children play all the time, and to my garden. And you'll hear from other people who have access there. The condo abuts 5 townhouses that were built by PMG, and they all are wide open in the back with gardens and terraces and children. We've already had issues with noise from our own participants, and we've had a very lovely community attitude where talking amongst ourselves has been able to reduce noise from parties and things, because the noise carries immediately, goes right up. So the idea of bringing in any kind of public anything, a little park, a restaurant, whatever, it makes no sense in this location. I submitted to you a photograph that makes it clear, shows Sandy's easement in her car, and whatever. Anyway.
So, yeah, could you just come here 1 second? Because I just want to ask you with what you submitted. So this is your,
This right immediately here is my garden.
is your garden.
Then that's the building's garden.
Okay.
Here from the neighbor.
Right.
It's right there.
Right here, okay. And this is Sandy's car.
That's Sandy's car, and this
Then that's the little easement area.
that's the easement. There are, orange right now, orange.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
barriers,
Okay.
mark up Sandy's easement.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's my understanding.
Oh, go back and use the microphone, I'm sorry.
And I don't have any legal documentation, but it's my understanding that parking places have also been promised. I mean, PMG is a nightmare as a developer, but that 1 or 2 of the owners of the townhouses also believe that that was going to be a parking lot and that they have whatever,
There were some other easement
parking
things in
places.
there or something.
And
yeah.
also, as you will have submitted by the president of our condo, Scott Bird submitted a letter to you.
Okay.
There's a DEP issue with this lot, and none of us is aware of whether or not it's ever been addressed.
Okay.
I don't know the legal language, but it's
Yeah,
in his letter.
Wasn't sure where to find it
Thank you.
exactly. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Ima Raza. I live in, I'm actually looking at this.
Yeah, you have to get closer to the mic.
I'm
sorry.
looking at this map right here, and I was trying to kind of place my terrace where that stands, and it seems like it's right next to the porta potties. Lucky me. I just learned about this yesterday, and I got on the board, the CB2 application, went through the application. I thought that I saw like later hours of operation, but 10 p.m. is, I guess it is what it is right now. Either way, I just want to kind of share that my terrace is right here. It abuts the slot. And it is a huge security risk for my townhouse, which is 625 Greenwich Street. I'm also part of 90 Morton Street. So we have our own entrance, but we're also part of the 90 Morton condominium. And we have multiple doors that can be accessed from that patio. And then that makes my unit extremely vulnerable. And it makes 90 Morton Street condominium also extremely vulnerable. I have minor children. So this, the idea of having a bar right there is just not acceptable to someone who lives right there. Also, we were under the impression that the land uses were restricted and that this land was contaminated and that there wasn't much that they could do with this space. So the fact that there's a food and beverage cart is actually shocking. And I saw something very similar on another application, or in, I think, Sandy, was it in your letter that there was some environmental concerns with this land? So how does that even work?
In 2022, there was a,
Okay, and then,
put a violation for toxic materials, and they audited.
Got it.
all right, so that's it. Basically, it was environmental, security is another big thing, and then all the rodents and rats that come in, and like everyone else has said, like we're all a neighborhood, and we're all families living here, and then also there are other townhouse units that are part of 111 Leroy, and all of them also face this, and all of them have minor children, because we can see each other's children playing in the backyard, and they're like children as young as like 6, 7, 8 years old. Just seems like a really terrible idea. So I wish like I mean, I'm sorry that you guys like purchased this piece of land and like and have all the information in terms of easements and the neighborhood. In any case, with that, I just I'll have our other neighbor take this line. Oh, do you have any questions?
It's for you. Oh, sorry. How behind the white brick wall?
Can I come take a look?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's her terrace.
How tall is that brick wall? I can't from the photo.
So that it's so on the other side, it's very creepy. So like if anyone like jumps over, like they're landing right there. It's not like you can tell. These pictures on the 3 feet tall.
That's
So
like a human tall.
That, so,
I understand.
so and that brick is on the ground?
Yeah, the brick's on the ground floor, and
The brick is on the
you
ground
can
floor.
look over the brick wall
Yeah.
from your terrace.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. Anything else for me?
No, I think that's
All right.
it. Thank you.
Sure, okay. So I'm on the east, yeah. Hi, my name is Beth Redman, and I am the owner of 78 Morton Street, which is the former firehouse, now townhome. I wasn't contacted about any of this, so obviously it's something that I don't want. So the east wall of the lot is my townhouse. I have 2 terraces. It is a big security issue for me. I have 2 ground floor entrances that would be about a foot away from this. There is also, I think, worth mentioning, a school directly across the street. Well, I think all of us want the alley, and let me just say that a lot of the points that the others have been making are absolutely true. With multiple easements, there is a huge environmental issue that I don't even think that what they're suggesting would be possible. And unfortunately for them, I don't put it past, knowing how shitty PMG has been, for selling it to you and not making you aware. So for that, I actually do feel really bad for them if they really purchased it. But I just think this is a terrible idea. I think we all want the alley cleaned up, but putting a bunch of food trucks and porta potties, I don't think is what anyone. That's not my version of cleaning the alley up. And I think that, again, I just think it's going to be rat infested. I don't think they have anything sorted out, and I just think I don't know. I think the whole idea is like completely ridiculous. So.
Okay, thank you. And no outreach, you said, to you. Outreach. No, okay. Okay, next.
Nancy Paisley, one more time.
Read the microphone, put the mic up a little bit, Nancy.
Nancy Paisley, I have just one observation, and I'm glad the last person mentioned it because I was beginning to think I was mistaken. This property is directly across the street from the middle school at 75 Morton. And when I saw a proposition to sell beer from an open truck in an open lot, my polite reaction, I guess, was, surely you jest. In the vernacular, I would say, what are you, nuts? You can't do this. I mean, regardless of, and I respect all the stuff about people's privacy, and I think that is all very important, but you can't sell beer right across the street from a school in an open area, in an open garden. Please. No. No way.
Next up.
Good evening. My name is Seth Feldman. I'm with the law firm of Romer DeBoss. We are general counsel to the 90 Morton Street condominium. I just wanted to clarify with respect to the easements and the history of the lot, which I've had a fair amount of opportunity to examine. The aforementioned developer, PMG, the opinions of them is well stated. They do not need to be repeated. But essentially what happened was PMG purchased a number of lots on the block, chopped them up. I believe there were 3 lots originally, and they chopped them up into 7. 6 of them were developed, and essentially what was left over was this 25 by 100 foot lot, which remained vacant in part because there was emergency egress that was given from the Greenwich Street property, which, as she mentioned, snakes behind the properties on Leroy Street, in between the Leroy Street properties and the 90 Morton properties. Literally a 3-foot wide path that then goes and works its way all the way through what is now the vacant lot known as 80 Morton. All right. There was a parking easements. The one that you probably looked at on Acris was in favor of 121 Leroy. Given that the property was just sold today, I can't speculate as to what exactly may have happened, whether that easement was bought out. I guess the public records will eventually be updated, but there, as of right now, there is still that active parking easement. The lot has never been well maintained by PMG, but the point is that one of the other easements that was not mentioned yet was the light and air easement in favor of 90 Morton, as well as I believe the firehouse property next door. So basically, when PMG created all of these properties, it was left with this sliver, which basically the only value it had was as a parking lot, and that's what it was being used as. The school is across the street. There are windows all around looking down. And while we can appreciate all efforts for using electric instead of gas, using very nice portable toilets and everything, there will be smell, there will be noise. And if I read the questionnaire correctly, the hours in the questionnaire started as early as 7 a.m. They go until 10, and the capacity is 75 people. And while coffee and quiet conversation, I'm sure, is contemplated, that's 75 people in an open air, surrounded by residential properties up until 10 at night. And that you can certainly understand why all of the residents who surround that lot would be very dubious that this would be a quiet environment for the community, when you can have 75 people drinking beer and drinking wine at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. Thank you.
Wait.
Yeah, I had a question for you.
Yes.
If the only resulting use is a parking lot, which is what I don't think we've heard that challenged. I think that they want to use it as that unimproved lot. I'm more curious about all the, easements and how those might be impacted by the uses. Since you're probably the most knowledgeable person in here, if you research some of these, what if they have exclusive use over the space that's significant enough that they could operate what they propose to do there?
With the my research showed that there were 3 parking spots that were given easements. One was in favor of, forgive me, Sandy. One in favor of the owner of the Greenwich Street property, and 2 in favor of 121 Leroy Street. I can't speak to what happened to the Leroy Street property. I think it's fair to assume that the other easement in favor of the Greenwich Street property was not dealt with in any way, given that the owner just came up here and said her car is there. But the emergency access easement, the only other details I would add there is that the 4 almost identical townhouses that run from 121 Leroy, I think down to 113, if I remember the numbers correctly, there's 4 of them. The backyards all go and abut this footpath, and when you look down, you see that everyone's backyard has a door at the very rear that opens up to that footpath, and that footpath then goes straight into the vacant lot and then out. So in case of any type of emergency, people can essentially escape out the backs of their property. Both the Greenwich Street properties and the 4 townhouses on Leroy would then be able to escape through the back and work their way through the vacant lot. Given the configuration of what I saw here, I'm not sure how that would be handled so that the emergency access easement can be handled. As far as the parking, I'm afraid without knowing what exactly transpired at what we just found out was a closing earlier today, it's hard for me to speculate as to what happened there. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I guess, and not specifically to this though, but to dispose of some sort of an easement agreement, other parties would need to be aware of it, right? As both 2 parties enter into it, can it just be
correct? The owner,
you don't just doesn't just disappear.
Yeah,
correct?
the owner of, I know for a fact that the owner of 121 Leroy was in an active litigation with the former owner PMG over the parking space. What's a little strange, and I never quite got the story, is they sued because they were promised 1 parking spot, and then the lawsuit kind of went away and there were 2 parking spots. So I'm not exactly sure what happened, but they did pay for it. They did pay a decent amount of money to have a perpetual parking easement over that lot. I don't know what PMG did with 121 Leroy in that sense.
Did you fill out a speaker card? Thank you.
Can I ask it?
Wait,
No,
wait,
no,
wait,
Donna,
wait. Wait.
Sandy, Donna.
Go ahead.
Sir, can you come back, please? Yes, sir. Can you please repeat your name?
Seth, S-E-T-H, last name Feldman.
And you're an attorney?
Yes.
And who are you representing tonight?
90 Morton. So I am the 90 Morton Street condominium. I serve as their general counsel.
Do you have a business card?
Probably.
Okay, if you do, please give it to me.
Sure.
Okay, so in your research, did you go back to the time when the zoning was changed from M15 to M15 R7X? About 20 years. Does your research go back 20 years?
No, I didn't. I wasn't able to find out what the zoning was 20 years ago. For my research, I only looked at the current zoning of the lot.
Okay. Well, if you could give me your contact information, I would appreciate it.
Sure.
I think what's the name of the firm? I just can't read your handwriting.
Yeah,
for your email.
my chicken scratch. I apologize. Romer DeBass, ROMER DEBBAS LLP.
Great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Sandy, if you would like to come up here and stop interjecting and just raise your hand, I will see you. It would just be better, but just come up here and now you can make your point of clarification.
Okay. When PMG
To us.
developed.
To us.
Am I now?
Yep,
Okay.
perfect.
When PMG developed a lot and built, it turned out that 90 Morton Street had used all the FAR that was around it, that is now the parking lot. And so PMG tried to build some huge building on there. And a lot of us pointed out to the city that the FAR, in fact, wouldn't allow for such a large building. And so that's how the townhouses came to be, because they couldn't build this huge structure. So the parking lot is just where they couldn't build, and they still can't build. That's why they're talking about trucks, because no permanent structure can go on this property. So now we're going to have portable toilets in our backyards.
Okay. Briefly, let her just, well, I'm sorry, but.
Sorry, so the last thing I was gonna add was that perhaps, since this is zoned for parking, we could use like a parking garage, and maybe we could just have Milla's parking garage.
They can't build. Okay, all right, we're done with that. Okay, come on back.
So a few points that I just want to rebut. First of all, in terms of outreach, we did do outreach. We walked the streets around there. We went into
Talk to us.
Oh, sorry. We went into 90 Morton. We have signatures. We have signatures from people in the area, from businesses in the area. And we also reached out to St. Luke's Block Association, to the West Village Business Improvement District, to the Morton Street Block Association, and the West Village House Tenants Association. We heard back from the Morton Street Block Association to set up a time to speak with them. The time that we originally offered, they said they would come back to us. They haven't come back to us yet, but we did absolutely do outreach. I just want to say that, like, we're certainly not trying to, pull the wool over anyone's eyes. We would like to work with the community. We want this to be a community place. The idea that there are no restaurants on the block, the Hudson Clearwater has a garden basically across, across the street. The main entrance to Hudson Clearwater is on Hudson, but the entrance to the
I
exit
think they
from
were talking more on Greenwich and Leroy is what they were
okay,
saying, and I think
sure.
they said outdoor seating, not restaurants.
In terms of the car being parked on it, I am, to be honest, a little confused. I've been, on and off this property quite a bit recently and over the last couple of months. Have never seen a car. We submitted photos of the property that we were taken on 2 separate occasions. There is no car on the property as far as we've ever seen or were ever aware of. We've only ever come across a locked gate that the real estate agent has to open for us. We obviously don't even have access to it.
That's a,
Okay. In terms of security for the buildings in the back, we would love to work with anyone who feels, that we need to put something up to create a more secure environment so that no one can access the back gardens of the, neighbors near us. We would be incredibly open to working, on that, and also to work to maintain any egress that any, neighbors have had and would, rely upon in any kind of emergency situation. We, again, want to work with our neighbors. We want to be good neighbors. We want to provide it.
So it seems that the diagrams that have been provided to us aren't accurate, because they,
to be honest, it seems that, like your experiences with PMG, we were not given accurate information either. Obviously, it's good to hear what the information is so that we can, work.
But generally, the information is it's incumbent upon you to do the research, not on us. But we have the documentation. I mean, people who've seemingly knowledgeable about this. It's not hidden. It's on the government records.
Yeah, as our
and the diagrams that we rely on of what you're submitting to the Liquor Authority, which is what we're reviewing for the application. You suggest you're willing to change them, but we don't even know what spaces and what areas can actually be laid out, which is why I had suggested earlier that perhaps you do the research on that and come back to us with whatever is modified so that we can review that and weigh in on it. But right now, with all this information, the review process sort of ends abruptly, and what will happen is not helpful to anybody, including the members of the New York State Liquor Authority, who this probably would eventually end up in front of, and then they hear that you guys aren't even willing to research the property and come back and have the discussion with us. So we're just trying to keep this in a manner that the work is done at each stage where it should be done, not that this gets called up in 5 months and they say, well, what have you done and figured out? And you say, oh, we just left and we didn't figure out, and we didn't do the research on the easements. We don't know if they're true or not. We didn't, if they apply or not. And it creates a mess, which is not helpful to anybody as this process moves forward. So that's why I was suggesting that this be put over and we figure that out. And you come back to us with whatever you believe that you can do here, after having done the research, figured out where you can and can't be on the lot, figure out what you can do to ameliorate any of the concerns you heard tonight, whatever that may be, right? But it's not helpful to just sort of leave it at this point for anybody here, because we'll all have to do all this again, and all that documentation will have to be given for a hearing that there's going to be zero patience for, because it didn't happen here.
Can I ask what you mean by leave it here tonight? Like,
Meaning you're not willing to put this over just to sort the stuff out, and then we can then hear it again next month and move forward from there with whatever the updated.
we are willing. That's, I'm
Okay.
certainly not saying that, like, if we leave here today, we are, you know, going scorched. That's absolutely not the like intention that I'm making.
Okay. Well, I'd asked it earlier, and I was told that that wasn't what you were interested in doing, so.
Okay, so we'll withdraw the application for now and work with, you know, our neighbors and try to figure out exactly what the details are. And come back.
And then, go ahead.
Yeah, can we just make sure that your attorney or whoever you want to have as your point person exchanges the information with everybody, and
Yeah.
people can figure it out, right? Whatever the
absolutely.
information is, and work through this in the proper manner, and then come back and figure out what still remains a difference. It's clear there will be differences without question, but let's just narrow down what is and isn't, you know, possible, and then we can go forward from there.
Yeah, no, that's, and if you need help with outreach, we're happy to get in touch with the office, and they're happy to share, because we have another member who's on this committee but is out of town tonight, and he lives right there also, and would like to organize people to have a conversation, so.
Terrific.
Okay, so you'll email the office and let them know you're withdrawing the application, and you will not proceed with the liquor authority until you
Until we've had
return
it
to
reviewed
us.
again and we move through that
Great.
process.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next application, yeah, it takes a minute for everybody to leave, so just. The next application we're going to hear is Ma's Restaurant, Inc., doing business as May at 581 Hudson Street.
Yes.
And can you just take the conversation, since you're, excuse me. Oh, yes. E6, Mo's Restaurant, yes. This is 581 Hudson. This is to add sidewalk seating. I'm okay. Yeah. No, we have a copy because they sent it in, so we have a copy. I don't know. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Jacob, and I am the owner of Meme Restaurant on 581 Hudson Street for 16 years now. And
16?
16, yeah. And have Sidewalk Cafe for 16 years also. And have scaffolding for 10 years. So
Yes,
I don't
we've
know why you guys
noticed
don't do
that.
anything about the
Yes,
scaffolding. 10
I
years.
walk the block often, and it's a little bit
Terrible.
crazy.
Anyway, I just, restaurant, you know me, I've been in the neighborhood for many years. I just want to keep the same hours that I had before the pandemic. 11 o'clock, the Sidewalk Cafe, that's all I want.
Okay, that's what I wanted to
Restaurant,
know. So
I
you,
have no issue with noise, no issue with the neighbors.
I mean, we don't have a stipulation agreement because you go back so long, and then you just did, the last thing was I think a corporate change, or, right, am I confused? No, I think that, hang on one second, hang on. There was something, hang on, maybe I'm confused, just let me. Let me just get to, I just want to see, background, 2021, yes. 2021, it was a change in ownership or something?
No, I had a partner, he left.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
So he
but I
left,
am there
and
since the
then,
opening.
and then we didn't get stipulations then because if Mr. Bookman was, he,
Yeah, I am the
but-
chef and owner since
Yeah.
we opened, yeah.
so, okay, so that's what I wanted to know was when did you want to close? Because I knew you had the Sidewalk
just want-
Cafe
yeah.
for a long time.
I
and you
just
wouldn't
wanna
agree to
keep the
close at
same
10,
hours
so
that
you
I
just,
have.
so
I
that's,
am-
but what, that's 11 o'clock?
11 o'clock, that's all. And to tell you the truth, in the weekdays, I do not need 11 o'clock, but I do need it. I can't have it, you asked me to have it at 10 o'clock. If I have,
You had it before. You had the
Okay.
sidewalk seating
All right.
before. That's,
and I'm a
okay.
good person and a good tenant, and a good neighbor.
What? Okay.
All good?
Now, hang on one second. I think Katie has a question, and I have to see
Yes.
if we have people here on this, because I think we do.
I just want to know, how does the wheelchair get in between those two tables? Is there enough room for the wheelchair to get in?
There's 3 feet between the tables, yeah.
Okay, it's just hard to tell, you know.
But it does. It's been there forever, and I have wheelchair people coming in, it's no problem. Okay.
Okay, let me go to the public while we're waiting. We have people here for this. So Norma Coate, Augustine Hope. I'll pass it down. Here you go.
Yes, but I changed that. I did some changes. So this is not a correct picture?
It's okay, let her, what we're gonna do is we'll just let them speak, and then you can come back, and then you can address everything.
My name's Norma Cote. This restaurant is at the corner of, the southwest corner of Bank and Hudson. My building is located on the northwest corner of Bank and Hudson. We are immediate neighbors, and May has been in my life for a long time. I just want to say at the outset that I have great sympathy for them because they've had to operate under this horrible shed or scaffolding literally for years. And I also know that they're one of the few restaurants left in the area that are affordable, and my neighbors and I all like it. But I must say that it has been a thumb in the eye of the local residents because of its takeover of the public space on the sidewalk. Even if the scaffolding was not there, the space that they have allowed for pedestrians to pass is inadequate. If you look at the, there's a lamppost there, something, I think it's a lamppost. And if you just look at the photograph, you can see that they don't allow enough space for people to pass. They have had a problem with people waiting to get in, and they have not managed them at all. This gentleman said he hasn't had a problem with the neighbors. That's actually not true. I had a problem that I spoke to them about once. There were diners there who parked their double-wide baby carriage in the passageway. And the manager was there, and I asked him what he, whether he's going to keep it there. And his response was something like, well, I don't own the sidewalk, which was exactly the whole point. Also, they've had a setup on Bank Street in the roadway, and they have used a large portion of the sidewalk on Bank Street for service of patrons in the roadway and people waiting to get in. So they really have, they have appropriated a great deal of the space on that sidewalk, which is a busy sidewalk. I might also mention that it seems that their staff has been given instructions on how far out they can go. You may notice in that photograph that the sidewalk has is kind of scored. down the middle. When the sidewalk is poured, it's not an unobstructed flow. It's not a clear flow sidewalk. The people who do it mark it out in squares or rectangles or whatever. And uniformly, I have seen the fencing, the barrier that they put on the street, on the sidewalk, right at where the sidewalk is scored, as though that were coextensive with any amount of space that they're allowed to use. My position is that they really cannot be relied upon to allow the pedestrians to pass and to give the neighborhood patrons free passage to and from, and that if they are to have a sidewalk cafe there with a liquor license, they should be limited to whatever tables can fit against the wall, and not those that extend out into the sidewalk. And also that they should not have any tables and chairs on Bank Street, which is residential street, and the sidewalk is too narrow.
Okay. Okay, Augustine?
Quite an evening. I've never seen a train wreck in a parking lot before. But this one raises
Glad
an
you've kept your
interesting question.
sense of humor.
Sorry, it's late.
No, good.
This has been a bottleneck for years because of the scaffolding and because they have their setup permanently on the sidewalk, whether anybody's there or not, day or night, 24 hours a day. We have a 5-foot passage there when we should have a 10-foot clear path. So what is the rule with when scaffolding is up? Is there still a 10-foot clear path requirement?
It's a little bit vague.
Okay.
We believe so. We were told that, but then I was told differently.
Told what?
That the clear path should be there. The 10-foot clear path should be there.
Always. Okay. This place, I love Mermaid. I mean, I was a regular customer, not so much recently, but I was often eating there. But there's just, we've got all sorts of, this creates all sorts of problems, not only Passage, but other people from down the street saying, well, they can do it, why can't we do it? So it's too wide. That we know from, you'll be talking to Slice after this, that there is exactly room for two tops on Hudson Street. They've got like 3 or 4 here. I think it needs to be pulled back in, and also a requirement that this furniture be removed at night. So that
It doesn't, the scaffolding is still up.
Yes.
And the plan we have is without it. And there is nothing that requires everything to be pulled in. It needs to be locked up.
Right. But it's
Wait,
left.
no, you're going to wait. I'm
No, I
sorry.
understand
No,
what you
but
said.
just go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's left constantly, 24 hours a day, blocking the sidewalk down to a 5-foot clear path only, which is insufficient on Hudson Street, which is a crowded street.
The thing is, we're reviewing what we have in front of us is the permanent condition, not the temporary condition with the scaffolding.
Right.
So those are the plans that we have in front of us.
But even the permanent condition is only showing 8 foot to the lamppost when there should be a 10-foot clear
I moved
path.
the table from there.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just going to, yeah.
I don't want, I'm just putting it out there. That
Okay.
This place is a bad example. It's blocking the street, and anything that can be done, we love Mermaid. I think they just need to narrow this setup so that there's two tops wide with a 3-foot ADA compliant clear path down the
Not
middle.
required to do that either.
And then we can all get on with our lives and enjoy our street and enjoy our neighborhood and enjoy Mermaid.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Exactly what it was before. Now you can come back.
Well, I'm not aware of, there's 10 feet. And where the lamppost is, there is a table that is not there. I after
You removed that table.
I moved the table. There's no table there, so there is the 10 feet there. Second of all, after a very nice person that lives in the building told me to move the planters that I have, I wish I brought you a picture. I have it on my phone.
It's okay.
I bought barriers that are exactly now. There's 10 feet scaffolding, but it's there. There's 10 feet.
Right.
Okay, and
I mean, I think, just for the record, I think it is supposed to be 10 feet from the scaffolding, but I'm not 10 feet from the,
I'm not
so
sure about
I'm
the
just,
legality of it, because.
it is.
But
It's
one
supposed
more
to be-
thing that I
it's-
want to say is that.
I just want to explain, it's a 10-foot clearance requirement, period. As scaffolding, when you put it in, you have to move it in, everything in for 10 feet temporarily until the condition is gone and it moves out. And that was explained, or actually you weren't there, explained to me by Penny, who's the head of the program.
The head of the program?
Yeah.
My
Made it very clear that the point of the clearance is it has to be there. So, but what we're reviewing is the permanent plan.
Yes.
But if you do have the scaffolding up, it should be set back. Now, that was brought up in the context that some people are changing the way they do the scaffolding, which may not be you, it may be the building owner, and that's who you should ask if they want to have the scaffolding adjusted. Well, I mean, that's.
Go ask Gottlieb, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, well,
okay. They are finishing the work this fall. They are in the last, they're finishing.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
so we're talking about,
Yeah.
I did my best. I moved the barriers, I mean, really, it's
Okay,
really
so
a
you're
pain.
closing, so you're gonna close at 11 o'clock every
Yes.
night? Okay, and there's no music outside, there's no
Oh, no,
host,
no.
so I'm just saying, these are what the stipulations will say. There's no music, 11 o'clock, there's no host stands, there's not outside, and everybody sits, and you abide by all the
Small
rules of
restaurant.
the
Yes.
clear path, the ADA, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
And what else do you want to say? Yeah. There were not seats on bank before,
But now because of the new,
so it's not 9 tables and 18 seats.
One more, you only have one more table and 2 seats.
Had your,
previous. No, I
I
think,
just bring that up as the.
no, I think I have 2 tables, one more.
yeah, but you had one more table on the other side.
On
before.
bank.
Right. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. The next one is going to be Slice West Village, doing business as Slice, the perfect food. This is E1. Oh. Oh, sorry, that's my mistake. Yeah.
I think we signed a waiver last month on this.
Let's hear from
Satisfied?
the neighbors on Slice, see where we're at with that.
Augustine Hope again, West Village residents. This has been quite a journey, not just this evening, but with Wild. 5 years ago, we had them spread across 4 different storefronts, Roadway, 100 seats outside, no clear path. I mean, I know it was a pandemic, but it just got insane. So we've now had a conversation. I had a good relationship with Mr. Hamadi, and thank you to CB2 for facilitating this. It's really important for us to be able to talk with the businesses that work around us and have to make a living around us. And I would point out that he does make a living, and he's got a wine and beer only. So I don't know what Max Bookman was smoking. It is quite possible to make a living off wine and beer. So what we've come down to now is we have a 10-foot, very, very clear 10-foot clear path. Waleed was good enough to actually mark the sidewalk as to where the railings could go. And I think this is actually a really good practice.
I actually used that suggestion since you also had Whitehorse, I believe, doing that, or made that maybe previously to them. I used it for somebody on the SLA one committee
Yeah,
the
I mean,
other
if there was
night.
any way we could get DOT to formalize this and do the lines themselves, that would be great. They do that in Seattle. They actually put markers into the sidewalk. That being said, so we have a really good relationship with Waleed, and he closes early as well, so it's the kind of business we love. And as I said last time we met, he could be the poster child of the West Village in terms of good behavior, and we're very close to that. So the only thing that is left really is the ventilation system, which is the problem everywhere in the West Village, because with small old buildings, you know, people sort of trying to retrofit restaurants into them and kitchens. I have 3 restaurant vents within 30 feet of my bed. And this looks like there's nothing I can do about it. One of them is Waleed's. So it matters to me a lot, but he has put a lot of effort into trying to rectify this problem. He's put in new machinery. Before it was complete claptrap stuff. New machinery. He turned down the speed to 50%. He's now offered to turn it down to 35%. And we've agreed we can live with that. And he's asked only to be able to turn it up again to 50%, I presume, during the hot summer months, July and August, I presume, that would allow him to extract enough air from his kitchen that his staff doesn't die on the spot. So I think that works for us. I think what I'd like to do, I'm going to let Tom speak to the vent as well, because it was built on top of his apartment. It was moved there by Icon, who wanted to profiteer by putting in a new apartment on the roof. So they moved it there, and they refused to do anything about it. So he's probably going to have to sue. But in the meantime, I think we can come to an agreement with Waleed like this. But I'd like to memorialize the no roadbed dining, the early closing, the
10 o'clock.
Yeah, 10 o'clock, right? Outdoors, yeah. And the vent speeds down to 35%. Quarterly maintenance or half-yearly maintenance, whatever routine maintenance is on these machines, the maintenance is absolutely critical. Once they start making a noise, it only gets worse. So if we can do all that, oh, we'd love to have you in the neighborhood, mate.
Good evening, I'm Thomas Kowal, live at 535 Hudson Street, apartment 5E. And Wild's ventilation system is directly on my roof, and you probably remember me from previous meetings. So I've had some issues which have seemed to have been corrected, but I'd like for the record just to go over what they are. Since our last meeting in August, the vent has been left running past 11 o'clock p.m. at least 3 nights, and I've had to call the restaurant and have them, turn it off, whatever. Sometimes there's been no answer at the restaurant, so I've had to call Waleed directly. I think that's been rectified because he installed a new timer. And so it's been good. Been turned off between 10:45 and 11:06, 11:07 every night. There were a few odd anomalies. On August 29th, the unit was turned off at 10:16 and 10:26 just for 1 minute, and then turned back on. And whenever it's turned on, it revs up much louder than before for about 10 to 15 minutes.
You prefer it to keep running until it's time for it to turn off,
just
and then
leave it
turn
running,
off, right?
please,
Okay,
you know.
okay, so don't.
Yeah, so I mean, he would have
Don't
to
give
inform-
them the 5-minute break. You don't want the 5-minute break. You just want it off or on. Right,
Yeah, and I
okay.
guess there's a shut-off switch down there, which the staff accidentally turned on, so we have to make the staff aware that don't mess with that, And it happened again on September 1st. So anyway. It has installed new soundproofing, and there are some nights it's blissfully quiet, I gotta admit, and it's wonderful, but some days where it's louder than the quiet level, and I don't know why, but it's not to the level of
So it's improved
It's improved, yes.
vastly.
Yes, but it's inconsistent.
Okay, all right.
And I wish it was consistent, because if it was
Okay.
consistently quiet, I would be one happy camper. I would have no complaints. But there's some nights, and especially, for example, last Saturday, it was noisy again, and it was vibrating the cover on my my new air conditioner again. It was rattling a little bit. Not to the level, but before the soundproofing, but I would really like some consistency here.
Okay.
And I'm not sure how that's going to be achieved, but anyway. I understand he's agreed, Mr. Waleed has agreed to reduce it to 35% for like approximately 9 months out of the year, which I really appreciate. So I would like the the machine mechanism to be maintained, and the soundproof to be maintained, because what if it could really age during the winter, I'm not sure. And I'd also like to revisit the idea of Waleed possibly soundproofing my skylight in the spring, late spring, early summer of next year, before he turns it back up to the 50% level.
Okay.
So I'd just like to leave that idea open
Okay,
for
okay,
discussion.
leave the idea open, all right.
All right, and otherwise, that's all I have to say. I'm in favor.
Okay, great, great. For now. Okay.
It's hard to say one thing.
Yeah, go ahead and say something.
I just want to say, he said it's not consistent, it goes up and down for the system. I just want to prove if it goes up, just send me proof or let me go up there and check it out. Because the machine is brand new, so there's no way it's gonna be making noise
shouldn't be.
one time down, one time up. It's consistently running. And
So you should let him know when it does
Yeah,
something
because
different so that
when
he
I
can
asked
go
my
and see what's going
My guy
on.
said, well, there's no way, I would love
Right.
to be there when it's making
All right,
this
so
noise, or we go to.
you clearly know how to speak to each other, so just when it does, when it
Yeah, and
glitches,
then
let
he
him
can
know
fix
so he
it,
can
yeah.
see if he can figure out the glitch. Okay, I think we're good on this one. Let's keep it that way. If possible, we would really like to keep it that way. Okay. The next one is Luna Cafe, which is E6. I know what I have to say about this one. You're gonna beat me to it? When? I need speaker cards, I think. You give me both of them. Give me, yeah, because that's how I know you're here. Okay.
There's a liquor license alteration to add the 5 tables and 10 seats onto the or the wine license, excuse me. I know we were sent a photo the other day that the cafe wasn't set up properly. I think Lee spoke to the manager there and it was supposed to be done right, but
I changed
obviously.
it
When?
2 days ago, when are you talking?
No.
I swear that I put a fence.
No, you put the fence.
Yes.
You didn't bring the tables in?
Yeah, I did.
No, the fence is there. It was actually, I'm just gonna say it was better without the fence, but the fence is.
It was,
supposed to be
so-
there. Here's my picture from today at 12:44.
Let me see. There's no picture.
Right, it's the same, but it's the
See,
same.
like, this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then one like that.
But here's what the problem is.
Yeah.
The problem is, you were supposed to have a 10-foot clearance from this. Those squares are 4.5 feet wide. Your diagram, if you look at the diagram that you are giving us works. Your setup is not like the diagram. If you look at this diagram, I mean, I don't know how, I don't think anybody, let me just wait, let me use the microphone. I don't see how anybody gets into, these chairs are all but right next to each other, so you'll probably have to move this out for somebody to get into it or something like that. But here is the measurement is correct. All these measurements are correct. But where you are going out here is much more than 5 feet, because each one of these squares is about 4.5 feet. So where your railing is here is about where your sidewalk cafe should end. These chairs are all sticking out. You need 10 feet from here to here. Yes, not from the curb. That's the thing, and your drawing reflects that. The drawing, the drawing works, it's just that your setup doesn't work. You're not set up, you know what I'm saying? You're not set up the way your drawing is. However you do it, I mean, yeah, it somehow, just however you do it, but the fact is as you have in the drawing here, you need the 10 feet from, and unfortunately you have all these things in front of you with the link in the tree pit and everything, but they are right, you can't, it's there. So. No, you're not going to do that, you're just going to. No, but it's the same. What you have to do is, yeah. No, you just have to. No, and I'm just going to tell you something else, just so you know. And I'm sure that someone here will speak to this. I'm in your place often in the morning getting my coffee. So I live here. So the whole block, nobody's doing it right, including the stores next to you, not only the ones that serve food, but the ones that have all their tree things out. So this is a problem on that block that everybody has been complaining about for 5 years now. No, I know. No, I know. And you're busy. And I see you rearranged inside too. I don't know. No, you're not. You're just going to push your chairs in. It's almost the same number of chairs. Yeah, okay. But do you see what I'm saying, Mike? I agree with you. This is a conversation some of us are having. It's more the clear path. It's real. No. Kate, I'm going to the public. The public is here on this matter.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Hi,
Kate.
Kate Bostock, Jane Street Block Association. Mike, Michael. Yeah, I live around the corner. I go to Cafe Luna. The block of Hudson between Jane and Horatio, there is not one business, including the residents at 632, that have the proper setup outside. I believe Mole does most of the time. Almost. So I have sympathy. Everybody is breaking the rule. There is not 10 feet. I support your diagram, absolutely, but this is not the setup that is there every day. So as long as this is the setup, great. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and you're closing at 10. Yeah. Well, you're closing at 5, but your hours.
Yeah, because
You have
we're thinking one day we're gonna open maybe at 10. But now we're okay at 5.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, can't have that conversation outside. Okay. That's it. Thanks a lot. Okay, the next one is 68 Perry Street Corp. Doing business as Corner Bistro, 331 West 4th Street. Alteration to add sidewalk seating. Anything changed, different?
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Corngut. I am the attorney for the applicant. I have with me here tonight Elizabeth McGrath, who is the owner. This is 68 Perry Street Corp., also known as the Corner Bistro. This is an application for sidewalk seating, an alteration for sidewalk seating. There are going to be 10 tables and 20 seats, 3 on West 4th Street and 7 on Jane Street. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So the first question I have is the width of the sidewalks, they're not ADA accessible. The seating is like 2 feet, 1.5 feet, 2 feet wide for the sidewalk cafe.
Well, they can be serviced from the back.
But how is a wheelchair fitting in 1.5 feet?
1.5 feet?
Isn't that the measurement that I'm seeing on the diagram?
the table.
We're talking about the width.
What?
So that's what's written on there. If, right? Yeah. So
That's on the Jane Street side?
on the
West Fourth?
Jane Street side, it says 1.5 feet.
That's correct.
Okay, that's not ADA accessible.
But I believe the West Fourth Street.
And
side
then on the
is.
West 4th Street side, it says 1 feet 10 inches. So that is not ADA accessible either. So that's the issue that we have. Because neither one is ADA accessible. It's also, I will say also that it's not how it is set up now. Now it's set up with the chairs by the door on Jane Street with a 6-foot clear path by the fire hydrant. There.
So you're saying on the Jane Street
On
side,
the-
you want the barrier to be moved closer to,
Well, on the Jane, I'm not even talking about, on the West Fourth, yeah, on the Jane Street side right now, what is set up, at least what has been the past week or so, are a couple of tables by the doorway, which is directly across from the fire hydrant there. They've been set up with a barrier, and the clearance that is there from the fire hydrant is 6 feet. So it's not compliant, it's not this drawing, and it's also not compliant. And there's no chairs down by the other area that are illustrated.
That's what the architect did.
That's right, that's why I took the pictures.
I did not do the measurements, obviously, an architect.
But I'm talking about the setup. The setup that's being done right now is not correct.
Sorry, are you saying that the setup does not match with what's in the diagrams?
I'm saying that the setup that they're doing right now does not match what's in the diagram. And and the pictures don't show what's illustrated in the diagram.
Yeah, so there's 3 tables.
I mean, this is not 1.5 feet wide. That's what I'm saying. Your setup, the diagram shows, in order to meet the clear pass, shows a setup of 1.5 feet wide for your tables. That's what is illustrated on your diagram that apparently is supposed to work.
Right.
So separate issue from that, the pictures you're showing me, these are not 1.5 feet wide. These are 4 feet.
This way?
Well, I
Off
think
the
these
wall?
squares are about 4 feet wide. The sidewalk squares,
Oh, the squares on the
right?
sidewalk.
And so if you look at the setup in these pictures, the railing is right at the edge of one of those sidewalk squares. And if the sidewalk square is about 4 feet, 4.5 feet, that means your sidewalk cafe setup is 4 feet, 4.5 feet. And the diagram shows the sidewalk cafe setup as 1.5 feet in order to meet the measurement requirements. So my deduction from that is that the current setup does not work. It's not, this is not following the measurements.
Well, we're
And
happy
it might be
to
mine.
move the barriers to conform with
And
the
then,
diagram.
then what I'm going to say, though, is that when you conform to the diagram, you have no ADA compliant seating. And then the third thing I'm going to say is that the way it's set up now is neither the diagram nor this, and it's leaving a 6-foot clear path by the fire hydrant that is on the corner of Jane and West 4th Street, which I could show you because I went and measured it and took pictures myself of that yesterday or today. I forget which day it was.
So
I'll see what the committee says, but basically when we have a diagram that is not at least 3 feet wide, we have been recommending denial of these applications because they are not ADA compliant. We are trying to get clarity on exactly what ADA compliant is from DOT, and to date, we have not gotten that.
Understood.
But a wheelchair A passageway is 36 inches from everything I have spent time reading and from what we have been told, other members have been told. And a wheelchair can take a pinch point if you're going between a doorway of 32 inches, but neither one of those is 18 inches or 22 inches. So I'm just pointing out all of these things.
Well, I'd like to, I understand your point. There is roadbed seating right across the street.
And what we were told, one member of our outdoor dining working group committee, is that each specific seating environment needs to be ADA compliant. And the roadbed is not the sidewalk, is not inside. So each one of, so if one side of the sidewalk is ADA compliant, then the other side doesn't have to be. That's, you know, but a roadbed and sidewalk, that we were told those are different, and therefore there has to be an ADA compliance.
Okay, we understand your point. I guess that's not our interpretation of what we've been
Right.
told.
No.
So,
No, I know. So,
So,
okay.
so how do you make it ADA compliant?
Yeah, we'll find out in 2 weeks.
I'm gonna try, oh.
Watch the next full board meeting with the Liquor Authority, because there's 3 items before them.
Okay.
Two?
Two
Okay.
for this, 2 for other things. So, okay, but we do have a member of the public here on this one too, so.
Kate Bostock, Jane Street Block Association again. Yeah, current setup does not meet what is matched on the diagram submitted. It's also pretty hard to read the diagram. I will say that I received an email, and I believe our block association received an email of outreach last week entitled 68 Drain Street Corp, or, you know, and so before Labor Day, I don't think anybody knew what that was. And I'm not sure there was any outreach to 31 Jane right across the street, who's obviously the most impacted. The restaurant does have a 40-foot long roadbed, and there really just isn't enough room on the sidewalk for sidewalk seating for folks to pass easily. On my way coming to this meeting, which is, you know, walking past Corner Bistro, which I love, I eat there, but I almost never walk past Corner Bistro because the patrons from the roadbed, the servers, the bouncer, there were people I had to say, excuse me, to get by on the sidewalk. So with the tables there, patrons from the roadbed and the servers, it's, you know, it's not a public space. That is a space that is being utilized by Corner Bistro, and you know, the activity on the sidewalk from the roadbed alone, I'm sure is enough for 31 Jane. And yes, I don't believe they had any outreach. So,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, does anybody from the committee have anything? Okay.
I just want to say briefly, I
Yeah.
believe that the roadbed has been operating in compliance with all the laws.
Yeah, I didn't say anything, yeah, roadbed.
Okay.
I mean, servers have to go back and forth. People walking on the sidewalk don't necessarily like that, but the roadbed has been operating, from what I've seen, in compliance since it was yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, the next one is 1NK LLC, doing business as Bisu. This is also to add sidewalk, and this is number E12.
You have one for me?
I only have 5. So I have. You're welcome. Yeah, no problem. You go.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Najib Benamou, and I'm the owner of Bizou. This is Hugo, the manager. Hugo is like, do you need me to yeah?
Or unhook it, yeah.
So So Hugo is like every day there too. So that's why it's important for him also to be there. So basically, we came last month, or no, probably like 3 months ago, to apply for our terrace. We get approved, but apparently we needed to provide also a document that certifies that we can sell alcohol on the terrace too, to the SLA. So that's why we're here.
Okay.
Pretty much, yeah.
So we've continued to have a number of complaints about the operations at the premises, the same ones that I think we heard at the Outdoor Dining Working Group, and the same complaints that we heard last time you came to this committee, which was in 2021.
2021? No. We wasn't open at this time.
2024.
Yeah,
2020.
yeah,
2021
exactly.
was your original 2024.
Ah.
Was when you came. Okay. So it's still the same complaints of the noise outside, of people smoking outside, of then additionally, there's a lot of noise complaints. Since the summer, I think there's been an additional 20 noise complaints for your establishment.
Okay, so can
from the noise, and then all the other issues that have been raised about the smoking and not closing on time and everything else.
So again, I can provide you every night since a year that we close on time. We does have Lupe's next door who allows their customers smoking till 1 a.m. on their terrace, and the people are blaming us. To be very honest, it's always the same person. We never had, when the cops come, and I have the video, we all have the video of everything.
You need to talk into the microphone.
Yeah, we have the video of everything, but every time the cops came, they don't even enter. And they ask us, please, you guys have to fight this. It's always the same person. So I don't know how, I don't know why. And to be very honest, I'm going to be very honest with you. We didn't make any money this summer. We had no one. We don't even have customers anymore. So to be very honest, if I can be very honest with you, and also nobody's smoking on the terrace, because one picture, we know that people taking like a lot of pictures. I remember that when we had the complaint, the people used to provide pictures, but now it's like 30 complain about the cops. We never see them. They never come. We would love to see them. We would love like to hear that we were doing bad. We would say yes, but honestly, we don't even have people anymore. Like it's.
Well,
we don't put music
that's
anymore.
not what we've been told by more than one person.
But again, I wish maybe she can. Did she provide the picture that we were open after 11? Why Lupe's is open till 1 a.m. smoking cigar on the terrace? I don't understand. We are literally next door. All the complaints will be always directed to us. There is a cigar bar, literally like 20 feet. It smells cigar in the whole building.
Well, that's not, I mean.
I know, but
because when they've come before, they've spoken about Lupe's and said they don't have problems with Lupe's. So
because they're eating there since 20 years, they're friends each other. To be very honest.
Well,
Nobody likes us.
I will say that these complaints started when you opened. They didn't, and Lupe's had been there for quite some time, and we didn't have complaints. So it's hard to understand that this is all Lupe's when Lupe's has been there for a long time and there weren't the complaints before.
No, of course, I'm not blaming anyone. I will also provide everything to be sure that everyone knows that I'm saying the truth on this. I will provide you everything and send it to the board office tomorrow, the whole video. And I'm so sorry, I don't do that, but the whole summer we close our terrace at 10, and we keeping filming the terrace next door, stay open till 1 a.m. with that person complaining about us, talking to David, owner of Lupe's, every night. She's literally coming in front of the house.
I just wanted to say it's not just one person.
It's 2 persons.
We've heard a lot of complaints.
Okay.
And where is the principal?
I'm the principal.
No.
Kate is the co-owner.
Hmm?
We're co-owner. We're both like owner.
But there's one name on the liquor license.
Yeah, it's Kate Presbury because as a non-citizen, I cannot have the
So
liquor license.
she's the principal.
Yes,
She's the one
exactly.
on the
Yeah,
license. I
yes,
mean,
exactly.
Go ahead, Corn.
I just want to point out that in previous cases where we're dealing with Bisou and issues around it, she was here and insisted that you have no direct involvement in this place. That you're just, yours is a personal relationship and things, and you're not involved in this business. And she has represented that to us here. Now you're here representing the business, and you say you're a co-owner of it. It's confusing to me.
So basically, the last time she came, it was our first meeting when we came to apply for the liquor license. Of course, we had been denied. The second, because we went, I remember it was January from 2 years ago. And we had to come back a month after with another diagram. So you guys, I think, she came twice. But after that, the last meeting we had in 2024, it was me. If I'm not saying any mistake, it was me. I think I have the proof. At this point, like.
Have anything else? Just say, go ahead.
Well, when I was over there, you're within a few inches of the diagram of where your cafe border should be. I mean, 4 inches short, but that's pretty close.
Okay.
So obviously, if you seem to be trying to comply with the diagram, so that's good. And I do want to point out that Lupe's next door, there's only 5 feet 5 inches of clearance in front of their tables and chairs between their cafe
Thank you so much,
and the
thank
tree pit. It's really ridiculous.
Thank you
Plus
so much. I really
they've got a
appreciate you're the
permanent
first person
structure.
who said that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
They've got a
Thank you.
permanent structure out there that shouldn't
Thank
be
you.
there.
Really, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, but you've got a bad neighbor, for sure.
Have anything? No. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you.
So much. Have a great night.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Okay. Does anybody want to take a break before we go into a business session? I think so. Oh, almost. Wait, no. Hang on. We waived. Yeah, go ahead. No, we're done with you. The items we waived was Greenwich Barbecue, doing business as Mighty Quinn's, Fiddlestick, Serafina, Meatpacking, 18 Greenwich Avenue. So, those were waived. And just. No, because that was, they changed the LLC name, but nothing. The appearance was waived because there was nothing to do. And then just because some people may look back and know, for Rosemary's, they had a resolution that said they would only have seating on whatever the cross street is, Christopher or 10th Street or whatever it is, and not on Greenwich Avenue. The Block Association is fine with them being on Greenwich Avenue. The only thing the Block Association wants them to do, and they're closing at 10, they used to close at 11, they're closing at 10. The Block Association wants them to keep their awning out when the Sidewalk Cafe is operating, which they agreed to do. So since I knew they talked with the Block Association, everybody was fine. They signed stipulations, we waived that one. Okay. You know what, I'm not having this argument. I mean, I just go to DOT and file a complaint. This is not, I cannot do this with 150 applications. They sign the stipulations that say they'll comply with the rules. Nobody is, but. Okay, so do we need to take a break for a minute, or? Give me 1 second. Shuffle my paperwork. Oh, we were here for Romano, RD. So. Katie. So you know what it's like.
Yeah, I do.
They made one withdrawn. Because they have. They have, they say they never. So, but I, okay,
Yeah, this one's huge, right, taking the picture.
what?
Oh, they're insane, I'm going
But I
back.
didn't put anything to scale, which are.
No, I've seen
Yeah,
1,000
yeah,
of
yeah.
them,
They're big.
but my person who I finally found, the, at DOT.
Right.
She had. The teacher.
Of course.
Yeah, and I emailed him and he had no response.
Okay, so the first one, we might as well, since they're, here, related. Is the Vamo. Or. Bar D. And we'll go back to order. Bar D, that was number.
Maybe this one.
That was number 6. Which was, which was also C8. Max came this time. So this is they, they're keeping the hours as they were, except they're opening earlier at 11. But they're closing at 11 and 12. They're not having the sidewalk cafe, they removed that.
But we said that's not a compromise.
We did, I'm just pointing out the difference in the applications, because there was some conversation about why we let them come back, and we always let people come back for reconsideration when they've made changes and so on. That was a change. And then, so what was the other change?
They wanted.
They're doing the earlier hours, they're not doing the later hours, so they got rid of the later hours. And so that was it, they want the class change, and they want to open at 11. And the community does not have a problem with them opening at 11, the community has a problem with the class change. Right.
And they were before us.
They were originally before us in June of 2020, so they've been open for barely a year. And, just gonna look up what they have it in one, it's, right, is a, well, I guess where I was going with it was just, they've been had in twine for quite a while, and they're experienced operators that we don't get complaints about that. I mean, a good operator, except a little bit during COVID, I think we would speak their outside, but I mean, they were good operators there, we haven't gotten complaints.
The only thing about Entwine is surrounded by a lot of residences also. But the street is not as narrow. That little piece of Morton Street is like an echo chamber. I can really appreciate what the residents are saying. Washington Street has sound confusing.
But they're not opening, they're not changing their hours, so the change is the.
I
Is
know,
the creep
people
to
are
the
worried about
off-ramps.
the higher, the more powerful liquor makes people louder. I think that's one of the things that.
The thing though too, I mean, I find compelling is that they signed the lease.
Right.
Very recently, but. The previous businesses here have all made little changes, but they still have a staying power. And the question that you had asked, the Chapway was originally open. To the low level, and that's actually what, there were so many noise complaints. Because they used the stairwell, which was not closed, they closed the stairwell, unrecovered. And then they built a little bit more, and then they built a little bit more, and it's this and constant evolution. But I think that there's still concerns just because of the noise in these old tenement buildings, and that's.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the issue, and sort of some questions about. Never been
fully resolved on this constant evolution of the use of the basement, which there's no updated C of O. But there's been an evolution that now it's suddenly a full kitchen. And I've been in the past about saying it's right or wrong, but it's like these slow evolutions are hard to, whatever it is. So there's just this constant pressure every time. And one of the things that kind of struck me was one of the guys who was supportive about it said, well, they're not the people who are going to cause a problem. So once the license changes in such a short period, anybody, and then that's what their name is. So I just, and then what you pointed out, which was all the signatures within the building, and it's not a referendum on them as nice people, right? It's just what are the impacts? And it's very to reconcile. But we know there've been impacts here before, and there hasn't even been. So I don't know where that leaves everybody, but it's again one of these buildings. You thankfully have this stuff everywhere, or so.
Well, I mean, I get all that, and I agree, but I also have a different sort of logic and think that goes by. So, when this thing was approved a year ago, part of the approval and things had to do with the fact it was not.
Right, yeah.
Right? It's only a year later, right? Now, if it was a year later and they keep back the whole community singing Hosanna, okay, right? But what I heard was the people invited, they have their fans and people go to the thing, but a lot of people were really irate and totally opposed. And so I'm thinking to myself, it's like, what's the community interest in making, like a year ago, we found it was the community interest only if they had the beer and wine, not the full liquor. So what has changed?
Community interest,
Right.
just to be clear.
Yeah.
But we didn't oppose it.
Yeah.
Right.
But there were many of the same issues raised, just they seem to work.
So like, I don't see I don't see why we would change and upgrade, right, after 1 year, right? When there's so much division out there, it just doesn't make sense to me. Now, go out, win people over, go out, put up a track record of a few years and come back, and there might still be people who are holding out against it, but a majority of people are okay with it now, whatever. That's different, but from this, I'm sitting here going, I don't know why you're back,
Well, it's funny because this particular application has brought to the top or brought to the fore one of my greatest concerns about any kind of what is serving the community and how do we judge that? And we have had so many applications that have come before us where we know that those proprietors were bad actors. They have had complaints up the wazoo, and yet they still somehow get this through. Here we have finally somebody that is of the community and out of the street, lives there and has a pretty sterling reputation. This really becomes where, although there are fears of changing to OP, we've got an operator who has really managed and controlled it to a degree that I have not seen much. And I really, I believe that good actors in our community should be given that extra consideration. And I wish there was more ways that we could take the bad actors out. But at this point, I do not want to punish a good actor for wanting to improve his business.
So here's where I fundamentally disagree with, right? In a couple of ways. In the first place, I don't think that this is like finally a good act. I think most of the license holders in our community are good actors and are good with things. And I don't think that being a good actor, right, in the sense of like, people like you get along. I mean, I don't even know what the definition of good actor is for this person. For me, usually a good actor is
you meet all legal requirements and you're doing all all of your steps and all of that kind of thing. But it's like, to me, that's the point. Everybody, that's a minimum standard. Everybody should be doing that. I mean, exactly, you don't get anything extra for that, right? It's not a bonus for it's like, I don't get a bonus because I haven't gone out and, and broken any laws. I think, this is like, that's a standard, and bad actors, we should lean on and punish and push back on, but I don't see like giving bonuses to good actors. That just, to me, is an insane way to think of society.
Are you basically saying that it was years of the projection of what might happen with the license,
It's a very strong point that was made, and it was almost enough to sway me.
What are you saying, you cannot hear?
No, yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, was it strong?
No, it's pointing at her ear.
So she can come sit up.
That
in
what
front.
will happen.
That's what, yeah, with the.
It's not about
might-
this
what
actor, it's
might-
about the
what
OP
might
at the location.
Except that I don't think that's entirely true.
Well, that's your.
No, that's the
Yeah.
point.
But I'm saying that's the point I think he was making.
But I'm kind of with Brian, like Cormac, you're like, go find, go be there for a year and then the residents will come. I've never seen residents, especially here, ever come here, arms open, OP, ever. Like, I don't think that's a
My
reasonable.
block has multiple.
But we
I
have
know, shut
15
up.
signatures from the building against it, within the
I'm
building.
not saying, but I'm just saying if, I don't think anyone, especially in this area, I've not seen, is gonna come arms wide open. This is about as like good as I've seen from this area, to me, him, as a community actor.
However, the license, we are giving, he does get the license, but then the place is licensed for it. And he might leave, he came back within a year, what if he left in a year and now he's got this place? Which everyone in the block is against, not just those people in that building, but the condominium here and the condominium there. I'm not supporting this.
Oh, so that's a good point. So if the actors change, or the business changes, and they're applying for the OP, does that mean that everybody automatically gets it? There's some part of the
Yeah.
way.
It often, if they're familiar with the laws is they're increasing the existing noise level. If there's already an existing noise level there, then that's the argument that we regularly hear, which says, well, if there's someplace been there, there could be another fix. And they've never had to meet that standard, it's just bear in mind. But I also don't think, this means that any place, you can just keep increasing the numbers. And they chose to come here and they signed a lease for less than, a year ago, and have been open a year. And, if that's the pathway, you can look to the areas where we do get a lot of complaints of when this did happen in the 2000s. And everybody said, what happened here? And this is what happened. It's exactly this. And that's why we have so many vacancies on avenues. In all the large spaces, there are eating and drinking places, let's say it right on CBOs, and all these small businesses that were low impact service, the local communities with lesser hours are all full. And they're all creating impacts. And, it's just.
This is the same one that last time the lady came with the baby and was like, I live literally in the unit above and the baby.
Yeah, but she
Same
doesn't.
one. You didn't come this time, but I'm.
She doesn't live in this, she said she lived in that building, I believe. She doesn't. But she does not live in that building.
And there's no commercial business in the ground floor,
Gotcha.
14, which is the building of the applicant.
Say like literally
did.
at the window. Okay,
She
I was
did.
like, I was
No,
listening and
that's
I
what-
found that very compelling.
That's what she said, and I think for me,
It was compelling.
one of the things tonight was that having the OP does kind of change. It changes the character of the place that we live, and what
I mean, the one thing Matt said that I think was pretty much true was that the community likes the place the way it is. I mean, nobody seemed to have a problem with it the way it is. They like it the way it is. They would like it to be open for lunch. So everybody's good with that. And what sort of got me was, I think it was Lee was saying that it really does, it's a community space and his concern of it getting the OP and changing that whole dynamic of what that is, and that the community in certain ways may lose a place that is very important to them. And, you know, might become a place for, not for the community so much anymore. And just that he's only been there a year. Like I said, he's an experienced operator. He's been at the other place for 16 years, so he knows how to run. And it does have an OP, but it's primarily a wine bar, and I think it's stuff.
And
So
wine.
and he knows that.
But it's not an eating place,
Right, but my point is that he knew what he was doing when he did sign this lease a year ago. You know, COVID didn't just start, now there's a problem. This is what this was then, so. It's a little bit of a confusion to me of why, especially for a place that everybody seems to like and seems to be busy, why this is a change at this.
Change so much.
Well, I know, but yeah, but.
So one of the
That's
things
probably
that,
why, I mean, it's not like I need to go out of business, but it's like I could be doubling my revenue.
so, but this is one of the things.
Fair enough. Capitalists.
One of the things interesting for restaurants is usually their leases, you know, we see them, they have very clear rent outline,
Yeah.
right? You know, this guy's got 15 years or however many years of running another business and numbers. He knows exactly what his projections are and whatever's working, what's not working. And this is such a big change that it's happening so soon, it means that there's some problem. And what we always hear people saying, oh, I got these problems, I have to make these changes, I need a full liquor license, and then a year later, that doesn't change their underlying situation.
Well, I don't.
And then we have another applicant, I'm just saying it's, well, he said, yeah, you know, it's some arguments around that, whatever it is, but the issues, I mean, that's what the market he entered into. It just feels like it's a little bit soon. It is a substantive change in the character of the business to have full alcohol. That doesn't mean there's never something happens down the road, but it's just a year end is pretty.
What's like a more,
quick
in
time,
your mind,
you know.
what is like the appropriate time, or what would be a more?
Well, I think that there's no right answer.
Well,
because
There's no
it's-
definitive.
Yes, yeah.
Right, no, well, but if our opinion is like, that's not enough time, what would
Well,
feel?
generally, these
It's not a
the
challenge.
locations within the non-primary commercial corridors, which are predominantly residential, that have always had a history of earlier closing hours, et cetera, et cetera. I think the business needs to really establish itself before there's edges that can be expanded.
I mean,
And
I
it
think
just seems
So,
like
what
here
time?
that
How
hasn't.
long is that?
when you
Well-
don't have half of the people in the building across the street and so many people, I mean, that's what I would sort of say is when
Yeah.
you still have some, always gonna have, to your point, you're always gonna have people that are against it. But how many of those ones that like can you win over beforehand, that it's not as split as this type of.
So last week, I think we heard what he'd like to do, I mean, last month.
Well, we did.
And that's a pretty substantive expansion of the business. That's, you know, gives a little bit of pause
but-
in that, because,
But some of that stuff is gone, right, like the outside.
no, but it's, what's
It's
the
an
idea,
indicator.
what's
Yeah,
like,
like the
you
2
know,
a.m.
where you go. Whereas, you know, if you're just like, yeah, you know, I wanna add in a full liquor license, so I can sell, you know, some extra cocktails that supplement some of the customers who predominantly were of this character or whatever, and, you know, you've had your ongoing business for a long time, I mean, it's.
And you don't have people that don't love you.
Yeah,
So, I mean, because we've had some of those, I mean, we had that recently, I think, on, the people on the Google, right, no? I don't know.
But I'm okay with the earlier hours.
Yeah, I think everybody was okay. with the earlier
Hours would not be shipped.
But that expands the business a little. Let them have that for another year.
But if you're a wine bar and your name is Bar something, I mean, we've seen, this is not,
Yeah.
we've had a number of these situations and wine bars, even if it's a restaurant, I'm not challenging what they do, but suddenly they want to change. We have some examples where there generally is an underlying change in the business that accompanies that when they're not established yet. And here, it was always more potential, more this, more that, more something. And so I don't know, it just doesn't.
And I would say the thing that was in my mind, but thank you for pointing it out, was the church.
Oh, and that's it, yeah, that's not for us to decide, but I think it's something to mention.
Yeah.
Because I think,
No matter what, there needs to be a ruling on it.
yeah, well, it's interesting, I'm not necessarily agreeing or disagreeing with Max, but I think it should be put before somebody to make a decision.
Yeah.
And the only decision makers that I think we need to call it out in our resolution as part of the denial, because I think that a declaratory ruling should go before members of the liquor authority on it, because it's straight ahead. So technically in the wording, and it may be that it doesn't, and Max is not, I'm not saying he's right or wrong, but when you go outside and you look to the right, the church is right there within 200 feet. And the reading of the law is it's on the same street. But if you're at the T intersection, I don't know, that's one of those.
It's around the corner.
No, if it's a corner location, when it says it's on both streets. And what he said, it's not a corner location, but if you look straight.
The address leaker?
Yes, but it's not the same street, you're right, but I think this is one of those areas.
It's a
when you look-
really interesting one. The grid there, and some of that language assumes a grid.
No, I just looked on the pictures and the zoning map, the lots are in the end.
Minister lived in.
Right, well, and that's a separate issue, we've heard people saying it's church, whatever,
It's
so.
not a church right now. It's a
Well,
church, but it's not being
No,
a
it's,
church.
it
An active
is,
church?
we don't.
Closed temporarily.
because All of the,
Closed and we don't-
No,
all of the.
it is temporarily.
All of the documents that you look at to say it's zoned as a church, it's owned by a church. The C of O is the church, all the, if there's a residential unit, it's a company, it's the church.
Minister.
I believe that there may have been in the past a determination that it's a church. There are no liquor licenses on Bleecker Street within 200 feet. I was just told by somebody who was looking at a space, the same thing, that they can't. So that's the common
And we didn't,
understanding.
they didn't offer it. There was no one here from the church to explain.
Well, but the church is, believe it or not, is not, they should submit a response, but they are not as determinant on whether they agree with it or not. It doesn't matter.
They can't allow.
Right, exactly.
But they can say whether they.
But I just think when you walk out, you look down the street, it's right there, and that's it. So we don't need to, it just seems within the spirit of the rule that is.
Can I add something about the church briefly? It stopped the previous liquor license being done before he took that space.
Okay. So I'm sensing a denial.
Denied, I'm denying.
I'm okay with.
Okay, what about Brian, are you denying, or are you allowed? Right.
If this,
No matter what.
the church issue is significant. If it should apply, then it has to apply, and I would have to deny.
But no matter what, that has to be in our step, right? Like, we're not gonna override that.
In our resolution.
Well, we don't get to make that decision. That's not a place, so.
If, okay.
I mean,
so-
if that's the only reason that you're denying it, don't bother, because the liquor authority will look into, well.
Yeah, I mean, but look, if you feel strongly, it's.
Right.
That would, that's the only thing right now that's compelled me to deny.
So just to be clear, right, on this, if we were to give them a stipulation and ask them to look. It probably would not go before the members of the authority to make that determination of the church, because there has to be a specific request for declaratory ruling, you have to write it up, you have to present evidence, you have to say, this is why I think this, whatever. If, no, well, they could, or they could just not do it, and it would happen if their licensing division just said, oh yeah, we don't think it is that. Like, it's only if there's a question that it would go, or a challenge. It's interesting how that happens.
This
No,
was
no,
not my first.
Yeah,
What
it's
if
just-
flaw
it's-
is that, but
No, but
application, I'm fine.
There has to be a determination made. Because Max makes a compelling argument, and it's not on the same street, and he's not wrong. Has a different address, and it's a very black and white, argument. But what we're saying is that this is a nuanced situation that we would like the facts to go before members, their state liquor authority, for them to weigh them to see if they agree
On the church.
on the church part, even though it may have a name on the street, but it literally doesn't count. Circumstances are that it.
Right there.
It's, and that's up to them to make that, right? They have the power to. And if somebody doesn't agree with their determination, then they can, appeal.
Are you denying?
Denied.
Is it 5-2 or 6-1?
I only heard 4 people even, and only 3 clear votes.
I would think,
Sorry.
only on the basis of one, if they're being just having been with, systems, but one year.
Right.
Yeah. But I do know that I was impressed by the comments as it related to him being an operator, and kind of the same, no. Yeah. Already, you put that out and it's not what she wants.
You guys can vote, the voting? I'm good at the moment.
No, she means, with.
5-2. 5-2. You're gonna deny.
One thing, or go ahead.
No, that's, so it's 5.
One of the commissioners at the liquor
5 to
authority
2
always asks, Donna,
Who's the two tonight?
Brian, Erica and Brian
Oh, you did not.
are okay with it, so they're not going with.
The rest.
I'm denying less.
Deny on that.
Well, you deny.
Deny. No. Yeah, yes, yes.
What are you?
You're.
I'm okay
You're
with
okay
it.
with it.
Yeah,
You're voting in favor of it. Brian is voting in favor of it. Eric is voting in favor of it. And the rest of us are denying it. Now,
so I was gonna just say, one of the commissioners always incredulously asks Donna, you have how many liquor licenses in your community? And Donna says, I'm not exactly sure because you don't code them. And he says, well, like 2,000? And Donna says, yeah. And then he says, shakes his head, he's like, I can't believe that. So this is an ongoing thing, just to get it.
So now let me just go, let's shoot.
Okay.
Do we want to go approve the earlier hours? Can we do that?
I'm just saying, we don't have an objection to the earlier hours, and if that's what they wanna do, we can waive the appearance.
Okay. Earlier hours.
What was this comment?
That we
just-
No, we don't have any
Let
objection.
him, I wanna hear him say what he said, if you don't mind, you don't have to.
Go ahead, Carter.
I just said, I mean, if
I
they
can give
came,
you-
if they came back with an request to just extend the earlier hours, we can just waive the appearance of them, that we're okay with that. I don't think we can hear
No.
that, but I don't wanna
Already
say,
insist on saying
I don't wanna
all
say that's part of this application, it's just that if they come.
Right, if they choose to come back and do that, then we are.
But I don't wanna make it.
Right.
That makes sense.
Okay, so now let's go
Let's get moving.
down to so the first one, then the next one is Simo Pizza. Which was.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
We appreciate it.
Okay, so 11 to 10 PM, it's a tavern wine, on Hudson Street, background music, no TVs, no outside. Are we denying less on that?
Yeah. Yes.
And you were not here, Carter, so we're 6-0 on that one. Okay, the next one that we did was the Ume at 63 Downing.
previously unlicensed.
It's in that modern building, right? It's in that big brick building.
No, it's not that.
No, next to the big brick building?
Well, you're thinking of Barzetta.
No. What? When you put simply go down and you Google, it does not come up with a very good answer. It comes in, yeah, comes up with the back of that big building. Faces the back of the nursing.
Okay, so this is a restaurant line. It's closing at 10 PM, no TVs, no operable doors, no, it's gonna close the doors at all times. She's an experienced operator.
WVR was opposed, nothing but.
They're, I mean, I understand why they're opposed. They're opposed to, because it's another liquor license and we're losing all of our retail, but that's, but
It's a beer and wine.
it's beer and wine is presumed that the license,
I'm
unless
sorry,
we have some
denied.
other reasons, or we denied less on that. That's also 6-0.
See, this one, I could be swayed on denying.
But we
because
don't
I'm
have,
like,
but we don't have that standard with this.
You know, I was,
Yeah.
so what was this before?
We don't know. That's what we're
It's
trying to find out because
So they didn't have any
We said-
windows, it's a brand new storefront, like,
Right.
it's just all bricked up, and was the back of another business,
Can
or?
you-
Yeah, it's just.
I
bricked
can't
up.
figure out like where it is.
if they said the building, didn't they say?
Really? I think it's in there. That's what I was thinking when I was looking.
So the storefront,
Denial.
It's right there.
the storefront was redone, this is the new storefront.
How would I do that?
Here,
Yeah.
and then before, so this is the new storefront, right,
Mm-hmm.
it's got all this glass. Go
I
back
have folded.
to 2019, it was all bricked up. There's no storefront,
There
so
we
they
go.
create, yeah, so this was a space that was created, I mean, I don't, it looks, I mean, it's.
She said, she didn't know, she said the
Some
building
residential entrance.
recently changed hands or something, isn't
Well,
that what she said?
Part of that building.
I mean, you know, it looks like.
Yeah,
certain
I'm like, we
businesses
need
that operate
another
with bricked up
omakase
windows.
place,
I
like a
know.
hole in the.
Residential makes
Too
sense.
many of
Couldn't
them
have been
now.
like that. It's-
So like everything, I would just be happy with just the brick. Well, she said, she did
They
say,
have an old card menu.
she's, no, are they omakase? Because she said
She
that
was
they
like,
were.
most of it is a structured menu, which I'm guessing is code for.
But they did have some other.
They have a- I thought she said sushi, prefix sushi sets. I don't know.
Say that.
I didn't interpret that way.
It's all like
I think
one
you're right.
sushi show.
Right, okay. But all of them are gonna be coming.
Prefix sushi sets, they're immutable, but they're different one from another. Omakase, you get what they give you.
Right. See?
Well, look, the old entrance, maybe this was a creative commercial space, it's very dark, but that might have been a entrance to the residential or something, or a doctor's office, it's like, you know, I mean, it wasn't this is just, see, like here, right, it's all bricked up, so now this is a full glass storefront.
Right.
So it was just some other off entrance.
50 years ago was a dirt parking lot. Yeah, I remember, because my husband was parked there.
No, there you go. Okay, next block. So we're denying less on this.
Yes.
Next one is the 3 and 10 bar at 220 West Houston. Are we denying less with that? They have an
I
agreement.
know we're closing the tent, but others.
But they came back with a
Yeah, we have a whole, I put it in there, we have a
price
whole.
box.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
they did that.
They just had to talk to each other. That was the only.
I
thing
also
that they-
wish it, but I think it's, whatever.
But they said that Block Association was fine at
Yeah, no,
11.
I think it's fine.
So, and anytime there's entertainment,
Yeah.
Also like next to.
Or
Yeah.
what is it, it's next to what was.
Yeah, it's the old Brooklynia, right?
Yeah,
The famous AA meetings are there.
It's next to Houston Hall and
Houston
Houston
Hall.
These people are not
No,
gonna be
the
allowed.
AA, it's the
I know,
the
yeah.
very famous overnight AA meetings.
Okay.
there, so
Okay,
it's not-
okay.
6-0, okay.
Is that 6-0 too?
Yes.
Means a lot of people outside at all hours. Next to this stuff.
Or
It
in
is.
they're coming back. The principal wasn't here. She said she could change her status in front of her.
For which,
I
oh,
would like
no,
that.
what she
Are
said,
they-
which is true, she may be an LLC member
Member.
Yeah.
as an operating person, but that may be, But that's not what was in front of us on the paper, but it just seems like, we just need to sort this out, right? I mean, have a conversation, but every single one of these establishments that they seem to, be partnered in, that we have this kind of weird issue with the outsides. And it would rather have this cleared up. And I mean, I'm not saying just have a clarity on whatever it's gonna be. And I am, it seems like there's some overwhelming circumstances, so some extra time to sort this out would be better than push for us to make a decision, right? I think it would end up better.
So did they agree to that though, or no, that's what I'm putting up
I
to
didn't
them,
hear
I
them
didn't hear them agree to that.
That's it. I mean, that's what they didn't wanna do, and if they don't, then,
We're gonna deny.
I mean, you guys have pictures of that just happening.
Right.
And so the reason that we should give is a very particular reason, is they have a failure to supervise. Because if they've known this issue has been going on, and even just because something's there, they put it out, and then they're seeing people and serving out there, that's just a straight up failure to supervise. I'm sorry, that's just not complicated. If you know, hey, you can't serve outside, that's a clear directive you
Have to
give to the
take
staff.
chairs there, to
person.
tempting everybody to put them out, because that's what they would, the
Right.
impression I got was that that was specifically what they were purchased for, so I didn't get the feeling that those were.
If they're regularly,
I'm
you don't
confused,
put it out.
They are not doing that anymore, they still are.
Exactly.
So,
Cause if they
No,
just did it
I mean,
by
well-
mistake, they're like, what is that about?
I don't know, because I don't walk by there that often, Katie hasn't been.
Every day.
the tables and chairs are out.
Well,
I
she hasn't-
have reported them to 311 so many times. And you know what they're right across the street from? The boucherie, where we had to get the Gate Street side cleaned up, around the corner from Olio and Pio, and down the block from the other boucheries. So they have got to be good, because otherwise, all of our efforts on the boucherie people will look like ridiculous, like they're being ridiculous.
And it's just unfortunate that they can't.
Well, it's like you're getting denied over a sign and two like.
Oh, it's.
No, it's the
gross.
behavior,
It's just so-
the behavior, it's a continual.
But It's a failure to supervise, right? I mean, that's one of the critical elements of a license. And you give it the
Okay, so
privilege,
let's
is
say,
that it's just,
failure I like,
But is it because she's, I don't know, I feel like she like kick saved the film, well, maybe it wasn't me. I wasn't convinced, she's like, oh, I didn't know it was happening, I feel like she's like, I could get
this is
outside.
everything. We've had this time going.
Conversation
You
about-
guys are all road fans, right? Like, it's like, well, I don't know, I think I can, I don't know.
and the whole situation on 10th Street.
Well, 10th Street was bad.
Yeah, and okay, so what are we gonna do with this?
I'm just let me refresh my memory, I'm trying to look at my notes, but the lawyer, what happened last time, didn't they come before and laid over because somebody wasn't here? Cause I thought we
Was
had
she
a
was originally-
conversation, no, recently, I thought we had a conversation about this.
It's
We
been
did.
because they're
Like
taking
last
care.
month, or 2 months ago.
But did we just have that conversation, or
It
was
was
the
in
attorney
July
here?
here, I wasn't here in July. When you.
Okay, and my July notes are at home because I started a new book and I had to write.
I mean,
some
my
effort.
concern is that perhaps the two principals aren't managing a business.
Right.
Or the operating LLC member, because it's hard to understand some of these oversights.
Well, it's
And
pretty easy to fix.
and
too.
I would
Chairs
still
come
like to
along
offer
outside,
them-
the staff just.
I would still like them to offer them to come back next month, even if we
Yeah.
deny it, because I'm not, if this goes, we have to talk about it again, it's this, the kind of stuff that
Get the
makes.
slate over.
But did
folks
you
that
have any
are-
note about why? Like, was he here? Like, because I think it was,
Sort it out.
I guess I can look.
You put it in the note, no one came in. Because the note said laid over to September, when you sent the agenda out, it was already laid over, so nobody came in.
Here's a,
I wasn't here in July.
That's why I'm looking at July to just see.
Yeah.
so in 2018, so this is Ad Hoc Collective Comment LLC, is that correct?
Correct, I think so.
Okay, so we executed stipulations.
That's what's weird.
From 2018,
With her name.
and then in 2023. We have a layover by an entity to be formed by Kim, Elgato DBA Ad Hoc Collective. That's what they were doing business as, but now it's Ad Hoc Collective LLC. Am I the only, somebody,
Yeah,
like,
so
you
you're-
can't kind of, the ownership is, it's like, that's why I brought that up. And if they were already formed,
Yes,
because
see-
this is the LLC, is the same one as 2018. What's? And then you're not supervising your employees, it's your sister, she's not there, nobody knows what's going on. You're seeing these things put out.
I think
It's.
just to circle
So,
back.
so if we ask them to come back in a month, what is it we want to say? I'm just, that's where I'm kind of.
That's a good
going, right? So do we want them to talk to whomever was here that had the issues? What would be the agreement? Because look, should they get a beer and wine license? Sure, it's fine, if they can follow basic rules, but it just seems like that's the issue.
Well, and who-
And so what I would want is an agreement, right, which is not just, oh yeah, we'll sign anything, it's saying, you know,
But I
whatever it
think
is we're
goes
gonna
to your
do.
point,
Because
Carter,
Eric's
failure-
point is sign.
failure to supervise, who's supervising? We don't know, you know, who really is supervising? Because we don't really listen to the owner.
California too.
I know.
I mean, so just for the they were on our agenda, like showing up because I make notes, I make my list before I come here of what's going on. They were on here and.
For July?
Yes, so I'm wondering, I don't remember, you know, and then when they lay over, I just do lay over. So I wonder if he was here, because I remember
he was.
mentioning, and I think
He
he
was.
was here,
They
and
weren't.
they
That's what it
weren't,
was.
and I think he
Yeah.
specifically said something about the
Yeah.
tables then. That's when, you know, maybe they went away eventually, because that was right before the meeting, was when you took the photo, so maybe.
Yeah, so if that's the case, right, what we would want is her to be identified as a principal. So that
Right.
one, and number two, who is the manager? That's the other question I'm sort of putting on the hat of what would be asked at the liquor authority, and that's the question they would ask. Who is the day-to-day person and where are they? What are they doing? And if they're not, and that, you had the same impression I did, which was the other principal that's listed isn't here. And it didn't seem like it was temporarily, right? We didn't ask them directly then. So that maybe that's the whole underlying issues, is nobody really supervising this. Look, small business is not easy, right? You know, they do whatever they do, that's fine. But we just want them to follow the rules.
We don't wanna give them a
And maybe
liquor
that's the
license.
question. We
If
need
they
to
don't.
ask them, who is your manager, who wears the hat of
Remember there was the
in
husband
charge?
too? On 10th Street, there was a husband.
I think it was a
Really?
brother.
He's a brother-in-law, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
the guy who does the other.
The restaurant, the little restaurant.
Yeah, so there's,
Yeah.
that's the character, but I like her, I agree.
So what is that agreement, though? We're
Well, if they
asked
come
them
back
to
with
come
the
back, we're
manager,
denying
the
them unless
person
they
who's
come
on
back.
site every day, because we heard, oh, I was there, no. What, you know, is there a list of something you leave in the business? I mean, like, we heard on Tuesday.
Just follow the rule. I just wanna see you execute the rules. I don't care who does it, I don't care who doesn't do it, just make it happen. You own it, make it happen. That's
We
it.
had we had
Tables
another
and the sign are there,
business
or they're
that
not.
said, we posted what was supposed to happen inside the business, so it's clear to all the employees.
Oh, I don't care, like, I don't know,
Right,
like,
it's pretty basic.
I don't care how you post it or say it,
Right.
like, either
You're
get
right,
someone who does it or don't.
Right, that's kind of, exactly.
Bring the principal, you know, we also want them to.
Either bring the same woman and have her marked as a, you know, have her be a principal or, and the principal.
Yeah.
So I'm going to tell them we're voting to deny this unless they agree to lay it over
Yeah.
and, come back with who's ever managing the business day to day and the principal be it.
And we wanna see adherence to the rule.
And we wanna see adherence to the.
And-
Is the tables, chairs and sign.
And that table, and that sign.
And what Chair Fan would say is, and I want a manager's questionnaire filled out by the manager. The liquor authority, so it's if you're a principal and you're not on site regularly, the manager also has to fill out and identify themselves to the liquor authority with whatever because they're the.
But we don't do that.
No, we don't see that, but in this case, they're saying they're managing it, but they're not. So who's the manager? And it's fine, whoever it is, we just wanna know.
We're focusing on the failure to supervise.
Right.
Okay. Is it, were you here for that party?
Yeah.
Yes.
7 hours.
Okay. Next is, EVH car.
Yeah.
Barzetta. No,
Where do we end on that one?
Barzetta,
That's Sunday through Wednesday midnight, Thursday through Saturday 1 AM. New HVAC is going in. 12 private parties a year. Do not serve anyone who's standing.
yeah, is. I think the impression I got from West Village was they don't want anybody having a drink who's standing there.
Yeah.
And
they agree.
no, that's not what Donald said. I'm just telling you, that is very clearly not what Donald said. What Donald said, that anybody being served food will be sick. That is what Donald said.
Oh.
And I personally don't know that I have I mean, I've been to places where I'm sitting to wait down and eat, and there's not a seat and I'm standing there having a drink while I'm waiting to eat. I think the purpose is not to have a standing bar scene.
Right.
So I think their occupancy is such that they don't have room for a standing bar scene unless they eliminate chairs.
Maybe
I mean-
they could put in more chairs.
Well, right, so now they're gonna have to do something with their tables, because they're putting chairs at these counters, which I think is a good idea. It kind of eliminates that standing bar scene thing, but
Yeah.
I don't know, I mean, I don't, West Village residents would not agree to what I'm saying, because they were very clear about that, but I don't know that I personally, I mean, they were clear what the purpose of those areas were, and it was for people to be able to have a drink while they're waiting to sit down and eat. So. Is that good?
Yes.
I
I was having earlier.
Like,
I read it earlier, and I did not know it. I did not bring an umbrella.
I
The forecast is part of the election, so there's 6 of this state.
Oh, okay, so are we denying less on this?
yeah, Eric about one.
I'm denying it.
Back there.
Right. Yeah.
Opening up the bus. Jersey.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I mean, I think, no, I mean, I think it potentially, I
You know,
wouldn't
it's
be.
like I know this town and I know it's in Westfield and it's in time.
Hey, organized, let's deal, Michael, we talked this.
I know this town, so are we,
Did you have a problem?
No, I'm just saying it's a.
So.
It's a perfect space. It's too large, a lot of staffing, but if it is a real Italian restaurant, if they're, of your meal and it's where it's yeah.
And they're gonna use Jersey.
Huh?
Jersey, they're gonna use the.
Right, I think what I'll do is put.
Yeah, you can.
I think what I think I'll also put in this, a work system or something like that.
you know, with those young cocktail bars that they would want lines that we
Yeah.
have.
Yeah. Electronic.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay, so we're denying less on
But-
this.
I'll
What?
point out, it's on an app.
It's on an
That's
avenue, exactly.
Where this stuff
That-
should.
But it-
Yes, Sam.
You know, it's a result of the, creation of 7,000. You're not allowed the funny space for that other building. And so windows are all there.
Okay.
Okay, the next one is
Withdrawn, or
Mo's. CM
it was 80 more and they could prove it.
7 is the lot.
Oh, I met the sister in the ladies' room and she,
Oh,
And she what?
she was
I'm
crying.
sorry, but
Well, she just probably
Hey.
bought a place that's like.
They obviously did not do their homework.
The other sister. The
I'm
one
talking
who-
about.
well, and that's,
I'm talking about the
but I
applicant.
will turn around and say that she didn't get up here and speak. She is the owner, and that
Right.
did not do anything to help the
Exactly.
residents that were here.
Exactly.
Could have answered the question about
Day on this
what-
page,
And then
you
the
know,
sister who was here was acting like that she didn't know, when
Right.
everybody
Well, the
knows
other
that
one
the
was
real
sitting
sister sitting right in the
If
room.
they come back
That was,
with all this stuff marked out.
that was
it's
not
a
good.
Legitimate application, you
Right.
know, with the.
No,
and
it is
it
a legitimate
doesn't-
application.
And, you know, and there's some open questions, but there's a lot of, improvements that they may not have considered that are much more complicated. Yeah, the way they were describing it. So they have to bring in electric, they have to bring in water, they have to, presumably, if they're using water to clean, that has to go somewhere. These are not like just, oh, we just do it. But if they had a food truck that they drove on and off the lot and it was
It's permanent.
serviced somewhere else,
Maybe they're
you know, that's a very different
Yeah.
They still
circumstance.
need the restroom.
So,
Yeah.
they
right, you have
need
to have
the
the
restaurant, and and they said they're serving from a different, I mean, there's a lot of open questions here. It just wasn't clear, and I just don't think it was in a place that we could review it, and that
Right.
was
No.
just a
That's
bigger,
I think that's
Yeah.
right.
you know.
There are too many open questions about, look, the first question always asked, you always used to say, hanging in your chair is like, you know, do you have the right to have this restaurant?
Yeah.
That's sort of like, I'm not clear. Do you
Right.
have, can you actually
You
put a
have
thing
the-
on
That's
this
why I said,
page?
that's why I said, they didn't do their homework. Yeah.
You know, with an open lot, it's a very
The
different,
land, we'll buy it,
Yeah.
we'll ask questions.
there's a
later.
lot of. You know, we have, could be
Bad business.
whole,
Okay.
you know.
So, Bob,
So I should write something up though in the resa. I won't just make this be like my standard withdrawal. I think I'll just put in something just saying that it's a big.
There's a lot of open
open issues,
questions.
and so, you know, they will most likely be returning once they have answers to those open questions, just so there's something on record that we heard it and.
It looks like they use this lot, like the guy said, fix a lot of things, and it's left over with all the baggage of doing all this other development, and somebody bought it
Okay, then the next
with
one,
the baggage,
the next,
Residents were so rude, that's great.
Mo's.
yeah.
What did you say?
I thought the residents were particularly rude on that one.
some of them, not all of the residents, some of them.
and I think they'll, you know, I think a lot of them just felt that. It's easy to put something under the doors or something, they had no idea, and to find out somebody's taking a vacant lot, throwing up a food truck and porta potties outside your window.
Yeah.
I'd be mad too, but like when she's like, well, I'd like to return, and they like.
Yeah, no, I know, that was,
That used to be on the list.
Sandy's.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was before you came on the board. That we,
And Sandy's very good at what,
yeah.
you know,
She's
she's
in your,
like,
she's an in your face person.
yeah.
I didn't know who it was
She got
that did that,
her-
I just heard it, and I was like,
she-
oh,
No, no, that was-
Yeah,
that-
she knows, well, and she also knows, I have this, I have an easement, it's my, you know, what do you don't even know about it. My car's right there. It's kind of,
But it was interesting, they said they didn't see a car.
well, maybe,
well,
She was,
By the
she
way,
could have
why-
very well been away.
why, I happen to know just from other correspondence in which I was with, that she was away
I was about
for
to
the month
say,
of August with her family, with her wife, and with her her kid, and I got communications from her son-in-law about something else.
I mean, he,
Yeah.
they
Planned
should-
vacation
they
with
should
the
have an
family, so
opportunity
they're all-
to rebut.
Exactly.
Yeah, she's the best one, yeah.
Okay, so the next
She rides
one,
it.
I don't think.
Yeah,
so.
but Max went after David in that, and I think he got, right, up.
But that was on the,
No, we were talking about
That was on-
the Bebop.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's,
What about Mo's?
Mo's,
sorry, can someone clear up on this Mo's one? what are we actually looking at? Like, let's say.
No, no, I mean,
Mars.
I had them come in, because they said they wouldn't close at 10.
Mhm.
But they didn't say when they wanted, other people have done that and said, well, I'm closing at 11 or I'm closing at 12, and they had no stipulations, or they, right?
Yeah, they previous, so this is one of these places that Donna and I, we discussed a while back. If they'd had a sidewalk cafe before, it's technically already licensed space, even though they have to submit the new paperwork. But also, they were not encumbered by closing hour of operation, so they've already been there. There's no new
With the
presence,
ability
there's
to
no
be
new
able-
increase in the existing noise.
Except for that one, 2 chairs.
And, yeah, and in this case, there's only one more table and 2 chairs. I mean, it's. The issue I think that the community has is that this is one of those spots where you put in the scaffolding. The scaffolding's in 1.5 feet from the edge of the sidewalk. It hurts
It's
the
crowded.
business.
It's
Yeah,
crowded.
no, right, and then
It
the
is
pathway is
crowded
too
there.
narrow, but that's not the application. The
There.
application we're hearing is the permanent.
Right.
Is without, and that meets the requirements, and it should have been waived. Wasn't, we heard it.
Right, it's a lot of foot traffic there, so we're gonna do a deny and left.
Yeah.
Slice.
Well, so wait a minute. So they're not complying with the seating rules for the sidewalk. And they're gonna continue not complying with the seating rules. Correct?
I don't
Did you
know,
put in a complaint?
right?
Is that what the city said? Cause
Those
that's-
complaints have been filed by neighbors.
So what we've been
constantly.
told, I mean, it doesn't say, which Donna has looked for this, I believe. That when the scaffolding is up, we've just been verbally told that they need to comply, but we've not, but that's not the application before us, the application.
Is for
add
after that.
This diagram space to the liquor license. So if you take the
For
temporary condition that they're not complying with, to use that to make a determination, by the time it gets there, it'll be done.
Right.
And so we won't have a signed stipulation.
And aside from
So
that,
that's
it's
sort
also
of
an
the
operator that has been there and had a sidewalk cafe without us hearing anything about it for 15 years.
Right, there were no
Yeah.
complaints ever.
So I realize people are complaining now about it, but they weren't complaining before about it. And
Well,
then-
Lane had said one.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
yes,
well-
sure. I mean, I walk by once in a while and say something, but,
Certainly improve the diagram.
so are we denying less with everybody?
Yeah.
That's all we're approving.
Right. Okay, slice.
Oh, my.
Thank goodness.
So that sounds like a temporary.
I think they'll be back.
Oh,
It doesn't
I
sound to me like it's
don't
fixed.
think, I think it's good is that they seem to have a good method of communication now. I think there's a real effort
Right.
being made, which is different than before, so I'm not certain that it's resolved, but I do think they all seem pretty friendly with each other, and that's a huge step.
Yeah, they seem to be working together.
I never had known, or maybe I've forgotten, that the reason the situation was created was that they moved it to build another unit.
I think they said that one
Yeah,
or
but
four
I-
times ago.
I
So
just
much
didn't-
going on
yeah,
with it, you know.
so
But it's
good to
interesting,
hear that
yeah,
it's being-
Yeah. So we are denying less with that.
And thank you to Mike Kelly for his persistence in trying to get.
Yeah.
it out.
Yeah.
Or with the-
Okay, I'll send Michael a thank you. Thank you, Michael. He's been, I've got him on. I tried with Cafe Luna to avoid the conversation tonight, but that didn't work, so. Cafe Luna, are we denying less with that one for the sidewalk? I will say, I think their hours are till 11 o'clock at night, the steps, but they do close at 4 in the afternoon. They are busy. It's lovely to have a breakfast place that serves, that stuff. They've just redone the inside of the place, maybe picked up a chair. I don't know. It's a better layout for the customers, and it's nice to have them. So and he does have all that clock is just horrible because nobody's complying. So the first one that I understand, and he's got the 2 places at 632 right next to it that doesn't have anything, it's pop-up stuff on the bottom and it's got planters out as far as everything else. I'm not, I guess that's a DOT complaint as well. Yeah. So I'm gonna do that, because it's not, he's gonna have to pull in and he's gonna feel like it's unfair.
No,
Right.
it's not right.
68 Perry,
Corner Bistro.
Corner Bistro.
What happened there? Did they?
Well, what I said was, I think we'll be denying it because the diagrams that are put in front of us are 1.5 foot and 1 foot 10 inches wide, and it's not ADA compliant.
Right, the diagram.
So are we all okay with that?
Yeah.
And we'll find out by our next meeting. What
What happened?
the liquor
What
authority
the liquor authority is
thinks,
gonna
because, and also DOT may provide us some more substantive answers on. Instead of just saying, oh, you have to follow the ADA rules, and they don't give any guidance on whatever that means.
So there are 2 items up for the full board meeting.
When is the meet?
I think it's on the 18th. It is on the 18th. It's the liquor authority's full board meeting, it's the same night as our full board meeting, same day. And so they have spring lounge and, that's perfect though, because it's about 1 foot 9 inches if even 2, so it's the same thing.
Yeah, that one's a clear cut, good case.
And then the other one is Parcel.
Oh, what's that?
It's on the corner of McDougal and Houston, and we were okay with their roadbed, but we marked their sidewalk because it was the same sort of thing. They can serve from the inside because they have the operable doors there, but they can't, nobody can sit there, but, so I have that one too.
And Don and I were talking, just so everybody knows, the outdoor dining, just so many people to think about, is that for 2 tops that are, without, that's it, just against, do they need a boundary? Because every time that very few people are complying, but do they really need the barrier?
No one on that
That's
block.
there. It's just so, but this is the one size fits all rules that the city didn't address any of this stuff, but it's something to think about, because we have so many of them and we just see them over and over that's, good commentary to maybe give feedback to the city. I find that they encumber the space more than,
With the
than
barrier, yeah.
with the barriers, than provide any benefit in
Really?
many cases.
Yeah.
If they're following the rules.
But but the tables are right next to a lot of, I think the places that we're envisioning are the ones that have the tables that are right up against the building, the 2 tops running parallel to the building, and they're right there, sort of like, why is the name escaping? Cafe Clooney has it right, they're right next to they put the barriers in there, it's sort of like.
The only thing is,
That's clever.
that I have seen customers take the chair from the 3rd chair from the other table. and put it
I've seen that too, but you know what? That's up to the business to monitor that. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, 2 top is a 2 top, but.
See, you should come to my block, where you'll see it's dead. The restaurant's putting out tables and chairs across the entire sidewalk, all along the curb, everywhere. They don't give a fuck,
Well, I've got my new phone, I gotta get my 311.
So that becomes an occasional situation, but when the barrier is there, it's permanent in the exact same space.
Right.
So it actually gives a little bit of more crossover room. I know, that's, Don and I talk about more conversations, we haven't really walked anywhere together.
Okay, what do you think? Okay.
Spring Lounge, now we're talking, I can tell you guys all about the spacing on Spring Lounge.
There we go.
They're next to Mad Happy, they moved in, they're playing music, not okay.
Oh, no, see? Okay, so are we're deny on Perry.
Yeah.
Okay, then the next and last is the Bisou.
Are we denying, what are we doing with them?
What, Bisou?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing with that.
Do we try and southern?
I'll do whatever the committee wants to do on this one. But I'm not sure this is the one we wanna be going up me up at the SLA denying their sidewalk
Yeah.
seating on,
He's agreeing to close the tent.
well, he had stipulations for sidewalk that said 11 during COVID. And I was going to say that the one thing is that it closes at 10. You know, I mean, that's.
This
what
is
I'm
too
saying.
complicated to relay
Right.
to somebody else.
And-
10 minutes.
and the
that
other-
Wants to move on.
Well, and the other problem is that some of the people that are making the complaints are feel threatened and don't necessarily wanna be public, but without them, it's hard to do that. They're not taking pictures to really.
Well, if they want to
come up-
agree to close the tent
If,
and follow the rules, then.
they marked on their thing that they're closing a town, I think.
I mean,
Okay,
I
so-
did read that horrible account
Yes.
of this.
Well, this is a good
Wait,
illustration.
was this a
Brian-
recent one or was this?
I don't know, was that?
It said, I think it was from the one.
Yeah,
It's a good illustration of
Yeah.
Brian's point earlier, right? Here's a guy who we all know is a really bad actor, right? And who has lied to us and and so whatever. But there's nothing wrong with what he's applying for. Right? With this application, I don't see any reason to.
Yeah, I mean, and he did appear before us the last time, and I don't recall, but Cormac, what you said is absolutely right. He wasn't the principal and all of a sudden he was.
Yeah.
Right, she was like, he's, well, you know,
Because.
manager, whatever,
because-
because it was all about how he would sit there and how he was
Because
inappropriate.
we had, I think, yes, he was, somebody who was eating at Bouquet's sent us a letter to complain about his behavior. And that was when they came for their upgrade that got withdrawn. Again, I just wrote a standard withdrawal, and I maybe should tweak this a little bit, just so there's some record, but, and they withdrew it because. Because of
The
the
relationship between him and the lady.
they're married to each other.
And,
That's a pretty tight relationship.
and, yeah, and this is also, I mean, this is all in the past, history. There were major problems with them in terms of obeying footprint and storing things.
Right.
in
Yes.
the
Oh, yeah,
space
that's
and
right,
all of
yeah.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's all.
I know,
bridge now.
but they really only, they're another one that their track record, they opened in 2021, I think, or early 2020, something, you know, in that area. And there's been nothing but problems.
Yeah.
With them. So,
Here's a suggestion, right, on this, if you, is to, as part of the stipulation, also, because he's not a principal, have him fill out a manager form for the liquor authority, because that will require him to disclose any other issues, if there are any or not, and that they are aware that he is the manager or the operating person.
Right.
so that's.
That puts it
So
down on
that's-
the thing.
Exactly, because that seems to be the distance that's there, and that's also.
Hugo is.
Yeah, no,
Hugo's
and,
manager.
oh, that's right, and
But he's
Hugo,
not-
but it seems,
Sure.
that's right, and he's the operating partner though, but he's not disclosed. You
Who's
know, that's
Hugo?
what, no,
No,
No, that's.
the other one, that they need to explain to us in writing what those relate, because that's the threatening behavior, so they should be just
Right.
identified as, yes, he's a person there.
as opposed to her husband who happened to be there, which is how it was described.
That's right, and I think that's the important,
So what exactly am I asking them to do? Are you clear?
well, that they just have to, he needs to submit to us in writing what his relationship is to the business, and if he's in, you know, and I don't know. If you look back at, you know, recording or whatever, if he says he was a operating partner or manager or the husband, whatever the language is. And just identify himself that way, and then just have the manager, if he's there on a regular basis, have him listed out as the individual. Because if there are gonna be ongoing issues, we should just lay out a groundwork where there could be a
Right.
complaint. It doesn't hinder them from moving forward, you know, like most of these things, if the behavior stops, what's the problem?
There's no problem.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Your point,
so-
Cormac, I'm a no on anything in one. Like, they've been terrible.
Right.
Why would
these
we
two
sit for
people.
anything?
All right, well then
So-
that's,
so
I,
you're-
like, I'm I don't like them. They've lied to us, they've been rude, they've been, yeah.
I'll back you up.
Okay.
So think.
Sorry, I don't mean to make it
But
worse,
how do we lay out that?
why would I support anything you want to do?
No, I'm not, but how do we lay that out in such a way that to add the sidewalk cafe
Yeah.
onto the license, what's the argument?
Right.
Because it's a difficult one to explain, and that's the challenge. And in the end, Donna has to spend a lot of time explaining this, and then they're gonna say, well, it's still 10 o'clock.
So writing the rest of them.
They have a license anyway, because what it does is it puts the burden on them to take other action that there's not a complaint to them about. And what I'd rather do is to link the guy
To
to
the
the
place,
license.
to set him up for
place
future
and the
accountability.
manager,
I'm just
so that
saying,
he's really is responsible
They're
if
gonna
there's
be
a
back.
future incident.
for that OP,
And-
that they were back here for a year ago, so they'll be, I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't
But
be
that's a
back.
really good point.
And
So
so
now-
I think,
yeah.
you know, they have to get that information, have this, and see what they do before they come back again. And I did sort of, to the one woman I spoke with, where she was sent in the letter and was wondering, I said, you are going to have to actually file legitimate complaints at the liquor authority and have photos or something to show what, you know, because he does it tonight, it's just one person.
Yeah.
They just wanna, you know, the liquor authority's interested, who owns the place, who's running it, who's responsible, right? In this case, that's been hidden, that's the biggest thing, right, that's been hidden, and it's his poor
Yeah, sort
behavior
of the same.
that seems to be the problem.
From a
But
strategic,
other than that, it sounds like they're like, they've always stored the stuff, they have used community space for their own stuff and been terrible about it. Why would we give them space on the sidewalk? Why would we give them any community space? They've taken everything. I don't even want to give them anything.
City's
That's our
giving them the
sidewalk, right?
space, and this is adding to the liquor license. So this is like, that's what, no,
I'm
this
not
is
letting
what,
you serve any liquor on community
Yeah.
space. No,
um,
I'll go with whatever you guys.
yeah, no, but I see what you're, I'm just trying to figure out how do we get a result we
But
want,
it's
or how do
also-
we set up a future result?
but what I'm hearing you say is that part of the strategy here, they're almost certain to come back to the OP. And if we fight over this and we can't make a good case or whatever, then we weaken our fight against the OP.
He's not a disclosed owner, and just because he's married to somebody doesn't mean
Yeah.
you're indirectly an owner, and he seems to be the one on site. And coming in, and he's like, this is
And
my
making all the
manager,
decisions.
he's the one speaking for it, and which is fine, I mean. They have personal
He's a-
relationship, that's fine, I don't have
He's
an
been the
issue,
one
but.
quoted in newspapers, I think, about it.
Yeah, so that's what that's the issue we wanna bring up,
Right.
because that's going to be the issue that stands the test of time. What's your relationship to the business?
Yeah.
Why are you there? Why are you holding yourself out? The
Should Donna,
owner, and what's your responsibility?
should Donna say something that we do have grave concerns because of past reporters?
I can put that in the reso that says something to that, I remember to do it when I'm writing it, and it's not last reso I'm writing it. Like,
And it's all of it, right? It's not just his behavior, it's like the noise, the storing the stuff, the
Yeah.
glass bottles, the smoking of him and of just letting people do it. It's like,
you really don't, you remember everything about.
oh,
this stuff.
everything.
Yeah.
You know why?
It's
Because she's
shit.
the one who accosted me in the bathroom that
Oh,
time. She was like really sick or her leg was broken, remember? And she was like, I'm gonna wait this whole meeting. Can you guys please let me speak now? I said, "Okay."
No, I mean, I mean, you know, in this regard, I'm like, you know, I agree with you. I mean, I mean,
No, I do
like I
too.
said, Torn, I don't think I. But I'm just trying to be strategic here.
That's, I mean,
He's not even on the license.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, I agree with you, because I was like, you can't do this, but what do I have to, I'm denying a sidewalk? What,
Yeah.
so, I mean, if the main, if all our problems were like the way they ran the sidewalk, but quite
that's not what it
frankly,
is.
that's not what the problem is, and when I spoke to the woman over, she says, you know, they closed the sidewalk, because I said, they closed the sidewalk at 10 o'clock, she said, they'll close the sidewalk at 10 o'clock, I mean, if they really close it at 10 o'clock, then, you know, they'll put their stuff against the building, that's not what my problem is. So this is not what her problem is, her problem is everything else. And
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
not sure
I'm
how to get
convinced.
that, I would like to, I mean, if it were up to me, I wish we could get this license revoked, because they've been nothing but a problem since they opened. but
Why don't we just list out the problems and then say, you know, that he needs to establish his relationship. The manager needs to officially establish his relationship, but both with the liquor authority as far as they are with the business. They've had all these issues. You know,
how do I get them to establish their relationship with the liquor authority?
by disclosing, you know, he needs to disclose
And that's my
his relationship
stipulation.
with the business.
That's one of the
whatever-
stipulations.
or maybe, I mean, if you want. Call up David
David
Solar
Solar.
and I just ask him how they treat, you know, spouses as far as who were engaged in an operational manager.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
you know, the point is, he's taking an active managerial role in the business.
Right.
It's not that he has some, you know, shared marital asset.
Right.
It's that he's playing a role
Right.
and he's not disclosed.
Right.
And that's the problem, because it seems, if I remember, the problems come back to him.
Yes. Yep, okay. All right, and then last but not least, were all the ones that I waived, so we're all okay with that.
Okay.
So are we, so are we all in the same place with the NK one, the BSU? We're just denying unless, and I'll try to figure out how to get there. Okay.
Deny unless and with concerns.
With deny unless with.
Oh, it's their category, with concern.
Didn't we?
Begrudgingly approved.
I did write that in for Spring Street.
Uh-huh.
That when we
I
did the road bed and we said something about, despite, again, I don't think I put in against our better judgment, but I should have.
For which place? Spring Lot.
Notorio, what do you call it, Piccolo Cucina,
Oh, that place. Okay.
which is also. That up there too, I think that's up there at the liquor authority too for the open street.
Oh.
Or no, it's 500, I don't know. So-
Birthday parties with the positive cans a few years ago.
Yes.
It's gonna have a category, deny unless begrudging.
Better off.
We're gonna, the meeting is over.
No, they came before us, I know that the same two owners as Tom and Jerry's. And operator of the old place or whatever. One of the principals there and the manager at Young and Tom and Jerry's. They're both, both those guys seem very nice.
There was, beyond the pale guys.
You know, that was a crazy application. They came in all right. They all worked it out since then. They put up screws. They thought they were soundproofing. Through the floor.
Those are
Crazy.
Oh, is that right?
You know, like,
Yeah, I thought Mark had pulled up
You know,
that table.
like hiring professionals.